Collection log slot completed.
冒冒吗？嗯，都可以。冒。哦哦，OK。嗯，冒，真是难治，不要吃个小胖。 给钱掉，不用忘。那个小孩子在那里上吊，给他就会。再给我放到水。啊。Alright, let's see what's gonna happen first. Us getting all the uniques or us getting 50k seed. Because we need to do both before we're free from this area, from this boss. Oh my god, this face. No! What was that? Do you see that? That tornado just did the bullet time. Oh, I have 18% packet loss, that's why. What the hell? What's going on? Bomba. Oh, look at the thorns. Oh my god. Ah.
Collection log slot completed.
Nice. We're one away from all the blue moon piece now. Okay, pretty good. That is pretty good. Eclipse is lagging a little behind though, but yeah, we should be fine. Oh. Nice. Killed him before he phased. Let's go. Back.
Collection log
Oh my
slot
god.
completed.
And it's the blue moon piece too. Okay. That's huge. Um okay. That was not what I wanted to do at all, but sure, let's go with this. Back to back to back.
League's task completed.
Nope. A lot of things just happened. 582 points left. For elite CAs. It's not bad. 1, 2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9! Okay. 9 bosses where we're almost 9 bosses where we completed all their CAs. Let's go. 30-second Amoxicillado. That's gonna be interesting to do. Okay, wrong cave. Wrong hole just now. That was the wrong hole. Okay, we should go do this one. Makes sense. There we go. Wait, do you have moon screen locked on Mainscape? Hmm. I think we do, right? Yeah, I think we do. We spent a lot of time trying to get out. I remember doing these solo moons trips, like where I only kill one moon and I dip. Yeah, I think we got it. I think we got it. Rockmar. Edge. That took a while. Snapdragon. Ooh. Not bad.
Collection log slot completed.
There we go. Another clog. Now we're 1 away for Blood Moon. And 3 away for Eclipse. That's right. Oh my god, that's right. This is a mainscape. You thought you were gonna lifesteal off me? Hell no. I'm Ramus on crack. You can't lifesteal off this. Most annoying boss out of the three for this build is definitely Eclipse. Because Eclipse reduces damage by a flat amount and Thorns doesn't reflect that much on its own. Because it does have one hit that does like 7 damage, I think it's the Echo hit. The 7 damage hit is just gonna become 1 damage if we get cursed too much by Eclipse. So that's annoying. That's why Eclipse is the most annoying one. But Blood Moon is just getting absolutely fisted. It's not even funny. I kinda wanna do some Vardorvis today. Just a little bit. Oh my god, I got hit. But I also wanna get... I wanna get at least 96 construction and then do the demonic throne. Throne. Oh my god, English. I wanna do the demonic throne task, get the plus 400, and I can get that with the crystal saw boost at 96. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. That's right, sit down. Sit your ass down. But at the moon. Hell. Oh my god, destroyed. No, 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 no. Gross. It's gonna put us at 59k points when we're done with moons. Oh my god, guys. That's pretty good. Oh, so close. You know, there's a good chance that us doing the blue moon is faster than us skipping it because of all the extra traveling, like walking around that we need to do. What is going on? The hell? 25 bones? That's disgusting. That is disgusting. Oh my god, dead. Oh dude. Bullet Moon is such a joke in the Thorns. It's like a complete reversal of the annoying ranking. Blood Moon was probably the most annoying, and then Eclipse, and then Blue. And now it's I guess Blue Moon is still pretty chill. And then now it's Eclipse into Blue into Blood, I think. Yeah, Blood Moon feels just they don't feel like they happen at all with Thorns. I feel like they just take way more damage. Unless he gets the all three hits off, then maybe she'll heal back what she took from Thorns. But otherwise, she's just giving me like 2-3 more, like 3 autos worth of damage. But like, can I get my armor pieces and get out of here? Come on, man. We are getting cucked by Eclipse so hard. We have 1 Eclipse piece, and that's it. Just the body. I don't want to do this, man. Like, okay, like Eclipse is the worst for Thorns, and it's actually just straight up the worst. Look at our Thorns damage. 9 and 1. What's gonna happen if he applies his stupid flat damage reduction? We're gonna just keep doing ones when we Thorns him. It's so sad. I wish I had a good 2-hand weapon for this phase, but Whip is actually doing okay. What? Because we are getting 2 hits in every time because of the light weaponry. So it's not the end of the world, but yeah, regular phases are really long. I'm gonna do Blue Moon as well. I think doing Blue Moon is gonna be faster than us running back and forth like twice in a row. Yeah, look at him. Look at him. If he dies here, it's 100% faster. Oh my god, dude. I think we'll just keep doing Blue Moon. I think we only stopped doing all 3 moons when we only have 1 left to go. So if we get the Blood Moon piece right now, we just go Eclipse and we just only do Eclipse. And that's like faster. if we're just going for the clock. Right now we're going for the clock and the KC, but clock comes first, because if we get unlucky we might need to stay here for longer than the 50 KC that's required of us. Oh, what? What hit? One little thornstickle and he's dead. Come on. Oh my god. Come on, get him. There you go. What are you doing? Look at all the thorns. Look at 1, 3, 9, 1, 3. Dude, we do no damage with thorns against that guy. That's why it feels so slow. Had a bad face to go in on. We get 1 extra auto here in the main game, so that's probably 2 extra autos with the light weapon perk. Come on. Oh my god. 10 years later. Come on. There we go. Whack his ass. Ooh, 50. Oh my god. Yeah, this is so fast. It's ridiculous. Ah. Oh. Dude. Good thing we didn't try to grind out wounds at the beginning of the league. Imagine, like, it'll be at least 3 times longer to get 1 KC, like 1 full chest, without all these league perks. Yeah, good thing I didn't do this early game. My god. Dude, can I, like... Okay, we still got 17. We still got 17 more chests to go. We can still get it within 50 KC. We just have to get lucky later on. You need to get like really lucky with the Eclipse pieces because we're not getting any of them right now. What's going on? That's so weird. This guy's so tanky. Come on. Okay. Hit me again. Come on. No, 20. All right, load up the YouTube ads. This is like prime time for YouTube ads, dude. Jesus Christ, man. Like, Eclipse Moon sucks so much. Oh. Alright, whatever, man. I wish Thorns would do damage to him there and kill him. Oh my god, dude. Minus 1 minute of my life. This is so disgusting. Uh-oh, where are we going? Uh-huh. Oh, it's the torch phase. Oh no. Wait, hold up. Can we kill her? Oh no, we can't. Suka it. We got hit there just now. We could have killed her. Actually, would the play have been to step out of the circle and take damage intentionally so that we activate Thorns? That might have been the play. That might have been the play, guys. I think I'm gonna try that next time. Like, step out, guarantee the hit, walk back in, and then hope the next hit goes through our defenses and triggers Thorns. Or recoil. Dead. Wait, would this mean that it's faster to do Eclipse into Blue Moon into plain chest if we're target farming Eclipse? Because it's faster to do Eclipse than it is to walk back. Oh my god. Really? Also, the spawns are so weird. Did they spawn you in the center? In Mainscape? Whatever you enter on the cougar face? I don't think they did. Where am I going? Wait, does this work? No, it doesn't work. Yeah, it's not a guaranteed hit. Like, okay, maybe not, maybe not. Like, it's a guaranteed hit, we're outside, but then once we walk back in, they might still fail the armor check. Well, that kind of sucks. That kind of sucks, dude. Yeah. Also, when you get hit outside the circle, you don't reflect Thorns because, I don't know, for some reason you need to be standing in the tile that's lit up in order for the Thorns damage to trigger. Never lucky. Never lucky, dude. I actually can't tell if we're on rate or not. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're 8 pieces out of the 12 that we need. We're probably on rate. We're tickling this guy's butthole. Oh my god. This guy's so tanky. Like, even without the curse damage reduction, he is still tanking. He's still reducing our damage by a flat amount. We're doing what? I think if I remember right, we're doing 17 and 9 Thorns damage regularly, and just now we were doing like what? 9 and 1s? Let me look. 9 and 1s, man. 9 and 1s, dude. We're doing 10 Thorns damage instead of the almost 20 on other bosses. No wonder it's so slow. Is this intended? I thought he didn't apply damage. I thought this guy doesn't apply flat damage reduction until you get cursed after getting hit. What's going on? Has he always applied like flat reduction to everything, like regardless of stacks? That's kind of stupid, bro. He's kind of stupid tanky. Oh my god, it's the torch phase again. Okay. Do I even want to light? Whatever, man. There's like nothing better to do. You know what would make moons a lot better? It is if lighting up. Oh my god. If lighting up all these torches ended this stupid phase preemptively, so that we're not just sitting there like letting our pot run out, or sitting there like, you know, watching YouTube ads. Like, it would be so much better if actually lighting the torches ended this phase preemptively, because you're not even healing at this point. Like, what's the point? You're just making me look at like paint dry, dude. Yeah, like there's like way too much downtime in moons for no reason. It's like those like stupid Dark Souls bosses who have extremely long combo sequences, and you just have to sit there and hold block or keep rolling, and you just gotta watch like a cutscene play like while they wail on you, and you cannot do anything back. You cannot like burst them. You cannot like kill them during that phase. You just have to sit there and watch an unskippable cutscene, and it's like so uninteractive. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Look at that thorns damage. Yeah. Holy. Okay, lifesteal me again. You actually, Blood Moon is the most fun one to do. It feels so nice. You actually want to get hit by Blood Moon now, instead of like dreading that guy hitting you for 3 times and healing like 60 HP. Yeah, when this guy hits us for 3 times, she takes like 60 damage instead. That's crazy. Right, can we get a unique?
Collection log slot completed.
Alright. Eclipse. That's two Eclipse pieces. We just need 2 more. 2 more Eclipse, 1 more Blood Moon, and then we're done. 15 KCs left to go too. I've got a feeling we will have to finish all the KCs before we get the uniques. We'll see though. It hits from the whip. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, I've resigned myself to spending 2 phases worth of time here. With the Blood Moon, we can actually finish her in 1 phase. With the Blue Moon, it depends on how lucky we get, but it's usually like 1.5 phase. But this guy needs 2. Dude, our thorns damage. What the hell, man? That is so much flat reduction. Dude, imagine if they reworked Tank Arbor and RuneScape to work like Eclipse Moons, and we get flat damage reduction. That would be so OP, actually. That will make Tank Armor so nice. I would just be able to face tank all those like chip damage that bosses do, or even like Slayer creatures. Yeah, that would be super nice. Oh my god, where do you go? Yeah, this is 100% faster than running to the other side of the Blue Moon Cave, enter the corridor, do the Blood Moon, get sent back to the Blue Moon Cave, and walk back through the cave again. Yeah, okay, 100%. I don't know why it didn't register in my head until like 10 KCs in. That I was just like, wait, I feel like it's just faster to do the Blue Moon instead of skipping it. And yeah, well, at least we're here now. We made it here. We made it here. All right. Oh my god, let her know. All right, can we get the back-to-back? It's also pretty nice to walk through this lane, because you're just getting like free combat XP from thorns. It's pretty nice. All right, back to back Eclipse. Oh, we get some herbs though for mixology. We're getting a lot of herbs. But we don't need it. We don't need it. We have way too many blue paste. We need more red and greens. Mostly reds, I think. I need a lot of reds on Mainscape. I'm not sure about here. I think it's also reds that we need. So like it's the Renard here. The Renard, Toadflax, and all the other valuable herb here. But that it's not that bad because in leagues we don't really need that many potions. So I don't need that many like proper herbs to actually turn into potions and do content with. Does this guy have overheads on? He does. Oh, okay. Oh, he left. Was I being nosy there? Should I have just like kept quiet? I don't even think he saw the message. I think he got like, he was done with the boss before I finished typing. Oh, please die! Yes! Big. Actual Rammus gameplay. Ole. It would be nice if we just killed them like with a drive-by thorns and got another hard clue. That would be pretty nice. Hard clues are the hard clues and master clues are the hardest clues for me to get on the account right now because of the relics and regions that I have. Funnily enough, the most consistent way for me to get hard clues is probably doing Koran Slayer, and getting Skatizo totems. The Skatizo is guaranteed, and doing Skatizo also gives me elites, so that's pretty nice. But also killing creatures in the Koran dungeon also will just net me more hard clues organically because a lot of the monsters there drop hard clues anyways, like the jellies and whatever, you know, all the other stair creatures, they drop them, so. Where is Tapoyawik? Is that the Doom area? I think that's the Doom area, isn't it? Oh my god. Maybe next year I'll get all my boon gear. Yep, maybe next year. Maybe next leagues. Yep. Now, speaking of leagues, leagues is ending in like 30-ish days, and you know what's gonna happen in 30-ish days? It's gonna be my final exam. Yes. No, I'm just kidding. In 30-ish days, we're gonna get a new Path of Exile season. Oh my god. Path of Exile 2, new patch. That looks fun as hell. I've gotta spend so much time playing PoE 2 when that update comes out. They're reworking basically all the mechanics that they ever released up until this point, and they're also adding a bunch of new stuff too, so yeah. From one seasonal event to another. That's the life of an MMO player and ARPG player, I guess. Alright, that's a pretty good face. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. I'm just gotta wait for the phase to be over. Oh, wait, hold up. It's Golden Week in Japan this week. And there's gonna be a Golden Week Respawn event later. I don't think it's today. I think it's probably Saturday, Sunday night. Let me check it. Respawn 77. Oh, it's just scheduled? Not scheduled on YouTube. Wait, it's on Nico Nico? I remember seeing a post about it on Twitter, but I'm not even gonna bother with the mechanic. I'm just gonna go on Twitter. Oh my god. I'm not dying though, am I? Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. Interactive gameplay. Yeah, do you see that? Thorns to the work when you're outside the circle. I mean, I don't know. Because you can't auto them and do damage to them when you're outside the circle, so I don't know why like this kind of interaction exists. But I guess that's to make it more balanced. So can I just like pick Thorns and just AFK the entire time and then get the KC? I don't know, like you're still kind of doing it though. You're still kind of doing it for like everything in the game, like Inferno, Slayer, all that kind of stuff.
Collection log slot.
Yes!
Completed.
Let's go, dude. Now I can target farm Eclipse Moon. And it should be faster to do just the moon. Just the Eclipse Moon. 5-9? 5-9 is tomorrow. Yeah, okay, we don't have Facebook streams today. We have it tomorrow. Dog and cat battle. That's what that, okay. Yeah, alright. Cool. It hits, honestly. Dude, flying back, Hallie would go so hard here. You have no idea. It would legit finish this guy off in 2 loads. Sorry, in 2 rotations. It would be insane. Now the fun begins, kind of. I want that. Drop that. Yo. How's it going? Enjoying your Friday? Dude, I'm so glad it's Friday. Actually so glad it's Friday. This week's been actually disgusting at work. There's so much stuff going on at work now. Alright. We should be able to get through this within the next half an hour. Probably closer to like 20 minutes. I'm not counting that hard, but I think each run is gonna take us about like 2.5 minutes, depending on how fast we get through the Eclipse Moon. Most of the time is actually gonna be spent running around the map, which is why I kind of wish I had Evil Eye at this point. But if I didn't have Alacrity, I would not have gotten.
Log slot completed.
Let's go. That's one more piece to go. One more piece to go, guys. One more piece to go in 10 KCs. We can do this. What was I saying? If I didn't have Alacrity, I don't think I would have gotten rank 19 Freyr. So I think it's worth taking Alacrity. Glad to be off? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Glad to be off, and now we can focus on leagues. Let's go. Oh my god. Yes, please hit us harder. No! Okay, well. At least it's not the moonwalk phase. If this was the moonwalk phase, that's another minus 30 seconds. Just watching the circle go around. We're gonna get so many points, by the way. That's 320 points. We're gonna be at 59k league points after we're done with moons. I kind of want to do... I kind of want to do Vardorvis, but I think the easier point to get right now would be Hydra. If I roll the task. But both would be good to roll, because I do need both. Okay. I do need both for my demonic pact points. So, yeah. Eventually, I need to do a lot of KCs for those two. Kraken. If I roll a Kraken right now, it will be kind of interesting because what's going on? Oh, don't hit me. If I roll a Kraken right now, it would be kind of interesting because I do kind of want to roll Kraken and AFK and do some things in the background, but maybe not right now. Like, if I do actually roll it right now, like I cannot do video editing. This is not my setup for video editing, so I'm probably just gonna do like Slay the Spire or something. Just gonna do Slay the Spire while I do the Kraken task. So yeah, I'll probably, if I roll the Kraken again, I'll probably just roll it off and I'll just cancel it and try to get a different task. Yeah, I want to do some active gameplay right now. Which, funnily enough, construction also counts, so I could just go do construction. Yeah, there's so much stuff to do still. I also did the math earlier today, and turns out I'm actually not that starved for points. I'll have plenty of I looked through all the task list and checked which tasks I'm able to physically do, as in, like, if they are too hard, like, you know, get all the combat achievements for what, like Inferno, that kind of thing. That might be out of my pay grade, so those I didn't include. But if I do actually manage to complete every single task I'm able to do skill-wise, including the grindy ones, I will have 80,000 points, which is way over what I need for Dragon Cup. So I'm chilling with points right now, and I'm not chilling with the loot, but we only need one more piece. We only need one more piece. 1 out of 8. 1 out of 8. We can do this. We can do this. Where's this? Not again. That's right, hit me harder. So I can reflect more. Reflect! Okay, this is fine. This is fine. I would like to get an upgrade. I would like to get an upgrade for Thorns, but also for Mage as well. But for Mage, it's gonna be very simple. It's just do more collection logs. Do more clues. I do more clues. I get the God Vestament armor or whatever it's called, and we're done. That's my upgrade. For armor, it's gonna be for Thorns. It's gonna be a little more difficult. DFS is the easy upgrade, but it's gonna be a really long grind. It will be 400 points though, so it's not bad. Gloves can definitely do with the upgrade. This is not giving us any defensive stats right now. And for body armor, I think the Dragonstone gem armor thing from Prifdinus might be better than the Dragon Sheen body. I'm not sure, but I do need to roll one of those or equip one of those for a task, so I would like to get that eventually. Oh, we're here again. Deja vu. I literally was just here. Deja vu. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we finish him in this phase or not, because the next phase is the clone phase, and that's guaranteed kill. How many kills do we have left? 7 kills. Okay. 4 HP? Dead. Just like that. Also, it's kind of weird, because sometimes I'm maging with Thorns and I'm not getting balanced XP drops. I think I'm mostly getting attack XP drops whenever I Thorns people with Mage. But when I'm using Thorns with Abyssal Whip, it's giving me balanced XP drops. So all 3 attack styles. So I don't know how they determine that, like what XP you get from Thorns. I thought it would be based on either what your last melee hit was, like melee XP drop is, or what your last melee weapon style, like weapon attack style was. So I tried switching to bash, like aggressive bash on the staff, and the Thorns was still giving me attack XP drops. It's so weird. How did I get hit? Bruh. What are these hits? 0s and 5s and 3s. Oh, there we go. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Let's go. How many charges do I have left there? Okay, we still got a lot of charges. That's good. That is good. I'm also kind of upset that the flask doesn't work at runes. Like the damage just straight up doesn't register. I think, first of all, you're out of range. And also, when you do get in range, because you're not inside the circle, you're not able to do damage to them. Probably the same reason as why you cannot do Thorns damage to them when you're outside the circle. So yeah, that kind of sucks. So I guess minions would be a lot better here for speeding up kills. And I mean, a lot of times it probably doesn't matter anyways because you're overkilling them by a lot. But like that Eclipse boss just now, that level 4 HP, minions would have helped me save time and actually kill them before he phased. Okay, okay, we still got 5 more. I will be a little bit upset if I don't get my Eclipse piece after 5 kills, but Sooner we get it, the sooner I can get peace of mind, and the sooner I can not do the stupid boss and instead go for Blood Moon, which would probably be better. Faster time to kill, 100%. Oh my god. Why are you dumb? Ah, I'm stupid. Okay. Next one for sure. Way more. For compost. Yes! Just what I needed. Early. Get him. Oh. Awkward. I was counting with based on my autos, but I shouldn't do that because I'm doing 2 tick autos. It's not my usual. Oh my god. What? Alright. Next chest is gonna be the moment of truth. Will we have to stay for longer than we need to just to get the unique? Or will we get it at the last second like some kind of Marvel movie? Alright. Only time can tell. Yeah, but there. Yeah, back. He's not even maging in a circle. Oh, brother. Brother, what are you doing? There we go. Oh, yeah. Dude, how slow must the mage be for moons? Oh, I do, and I want to find out. Jesus Christ. Like, if that guy had like a minion or something, that would be a different story, but he did not look like he had minion. Yikes. There we go. Last KC. If we want it to be. Please let us get the last unique as well. That would be so nice.
League's task completed.
We just got cocked. Well, back to Eclipse Moon. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. No. Oh my god. Not again. Not again. Not again. Is he still on the same kill? Poor guy. Oh my god. I'm actually like lapping this guy. Like, why are you using mage, dude? Like, I don't care if you're 99 mage and only level 60 melee. Get a rune mace and start whacking this guy with melee, please. Or like a rune sword or something. Like, there's no way water mage is faster kills here. There's no way. There's no way, bro. Just use melee. Like, I mean, sure, I have thorns and it's doing a lot of the lifting right now, but like, even if I don't have thorns and I was going full mage, I would have came here with my tech bottle. Jesus, man. I swear to God, if I like open that chest and come back and he's still there, that would be kind of sad. I have 8. I have 8. You just gave me 8. Alright. We'll keep going. We'll keep going until we get a unique. It is what it is. Are you guys okay? You're taking a break? Okay, he's not here anymore. Oh, thank God! I feel glad for the guy. Jesus. Pirates. Oh, honestly, sure. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. If I wasn't getting a unique, I would rather have Iris or Heralders. Iris are better for sure. Iris are the best. They are the best thing I can get right now on the account. Add moons, 100%. Dragon boats. Sorry, Dragonstone boats. Actually, I wonder how hard Dragonstone boats hits on moons, because it is Dragonfire, right? And I'm guessing they don't have Dragonfire protection. Like, why would they? Why would they have it? So maybe it does do a lot of damage. I would guess it's more than Water Mage at the very least. Jesus. Oh my God! Look at that. Ah. There you go. Obsidian armor. Okay. That's a budget setup if I've ever seen one. Yeah, doing moons with that setup must be really annoying. Like, did he have a dragon longsword or a scimitar? I think he had a scimitar, right? Yeah, dude. Eclipse moon it's just so tedious to do. Like, as more time passes and we get more accuracy, it just feels like it's faster to kill Blood Moon than it is to kill Eclipse. Subtar. Yeah. Okay. 60 kills over under, guys. Will we reach 60 KC before we get our Eclipse Tacits? Or will we get lucky on the next chest? Let's find out. Let's find out. Hey, we're back. We meet again. We meet again, dude. Wait, what do you have? Longsword. Smart guy, smart guy. That thing has a higher stat bonus, I'm pretty sure. Less attack speed, though. Oh. Extra thorns. Incremental progress. This way, right? Plant. No. I wanted to check. I wanted to do a price check. It's $60 from High Elk. That is so sad. That is so sad. Dude, it's crystal. It should be worth more if it Elk it, dude. A low 60? That doesn't make any sense. Oh. I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. Can I please get the Eclipse Tassets within 60 KC? Please, 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 please. I wanna actually do something today, and not just do the stupid boss for like 80 points. Because right now that kill, sorry, not that kill, that drop is gonna be worth 80 points. That one singular drop. So it's probably worth if you ask me, but at a certain point the opportunity cost is gonna be too high, right? Like it's gonna be worth getting the drop to get 80 points, but is it worth going 500 KCs for the drop? That's a whole separate issue. Because we're not going for League Max, we're not going for point cap, we're just going for Dragon Cup, and then after that we're just gonna do whatever we wanna do. Like we're gonna do like fun stuff after this. After getting the Dragon Cup. Alright, 55. Chest number 55 coming up. Will we get more super compost? Or will we be set free? Oh. Ego? It is an ego. Not a crow, not a crow. Right. Oh! At least give me Irits. Come on. Come on. What the hell, dude? Oh, surely. Yep. YOLO! Alright, guys. Swamp Tar incoming. I can feel it. It's gonna be the back-to-back Swamp Tar. You thought it was gonna be Super Compost, but no, it's actually Swamp Tar. Alright, let's go. Oh, we get Swamp Tar this time. Or can we finally leave? Moment of truth. We're still here. We're still here. Alright. Dude, what are the rates, man? What are the... I'm not sure the rates. Moons of Peril. I can afford to wait a little bit because it should still be at the moonwalk phase. But, whatever, let's go. Yep. Alright. Where's the reward chest entry? Lunar chest. Yamete kudasai, yamete kudasai. Okay. One in 56. So about 1 in 10. Or yeah, about 1 in 10. Roll a unique. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Wait, are we? Are we technically under the rate right now? If you look at all the uniques that we have, are we technically under the rate right now? It's 1 in 56 chance to roll a unique from any moon when you kill them. And of course individual, it's like 1 in 124. 1 in 224 for a specific piece if you don't consider like duplicate protection. But since we do consider duplicate protection, right now we're, oh my god. Right now the rate should be 1 in 56 to get a unique. Multiply that by 5, that should give us 1 in 1 over 11. A little less chance than 1 over 11. And we have 12 uniques. So technically the expected rate is about 130 kills. No, that's not fair though. That's not fair. That's not fair. We're over the, or we're on rate right now. Because it says 57 chests, but a lot of them is triple chests. We're cutting 3 moons for 1 chest opening. So it should be like multiplied by 3 for most of it. So yeah, we're technically on rate. Please, can I just get my moons piece and get out of here, man? Like, it's more boring to do mahogany homes, but it's way more productive than doing this stupid like boss. I swear to God. Country road, take me home. Nope, not a task. Oh yeah, of course it's not gonna be a task. I need to like wear the full set. Okay, let's go. Come on. Super compost. Oh no. Oh no. Oi. reading up on the wiki on recommended equipment for Alchemical Hydra in Mingscape. It's mostly ranged and melee recommendation with Dragon Hunter Lance as the melee rec or weapons. We can't get the Dragon Hunter Lance from the Hydra itself, so we could transition off Mage. How does Thorns do against it? I'm actually kind of curious. We'll see though. Worst case scenario, we go in with Bofa and see how it goes. We won't have Thorns, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Force is probably gonna be good enough. It might be slow though, the first few kills as we figure out how to do the boss, but as long as that guy has a lot of multi-hits, we should be chilling, yeah? Alright, chest 60. Guys, over under. I guess on 60 or over 60. Guys, please let this be the last chest that we do for this league. I don't want to come back. I still haven't recovered from the Moon's grind on Mainscape. You're making me do this. Oh my god. Open sesame. Suka bread. Nice. Okay, next chest should be on rate for uniques. Because I think the last unique that I got was before 50, chest number 50. So, yeah. Surely, we get it here. Statistically speaking, we should get it here. Right, guys? Right? Right. Dude. I just want to be free to do what I want to do. Like doesn't the thought of doing Hydra make you more excited than doing this stupid bot? Okay, I'll stop. Dude, like, I just want to get out, man. I just want to get out. Is that too much to ask for? Ace in my hole. Oh my god, that's in Uta. Alright, NT. I've not watched the OEC in whatever.
What's your opinion on Slay the Spire 2, bait and switching people with hiring Anita Sarkeesian? I don't know if they hired, I don't know how she was involved at all.
What? Biggest scandal in gaming right now. Alright, hit them with the clickbait. Alright, hit me with the no uniques on rate. Let's go.
My opinion on the Slay the Spire stuff, I know that, like, my opinion is that you should try to make it as known as possible that you don't want to have certain people involved in your products. I think that's the main thing. And review bombing and negatively reviewing a game is one of the only ways that a consumer can actually show and express that. Check the Steam reviews, the shit is crazy. Let me see here.
Wait, is Slay the Spire 2 getting review bombed by both Western and Chinese communities on Steam? That is so crazy, by the way. I know about the Chinese review bombing. It's like one of the OP builds got nerfed and people are just crying about it on the forums or on the page on the review page. I didn't know about the Western one.
Slay the Spire 2 Steam. I haven't seen this at all. It says it's a 4.6. Mostly negative. 35. Holy shit. What curate? Well, what about actual reviews? Like, there's more than 200 reviews. Yeah, I feel like most of these are positive. Like, feel like a lot of these are most helpful. Well, how about I'll look at most recent maybe. If you want to have, ask me, a couple of days ago, Anita Sarkeesian, loves Slay the Spire 2, Anita Sarkeesian again. A fun game ruined by activists. People are downvoting it. So, if you want me to give my show that watch the graph, where's the graph? Can I see the graph? I've never seen this graph before.
Look at this graph.
Where can I look at the graph and find it? Separate the art from the artist? I don't think that makes sense in this circumstance because this is the artist doing the art.
What's going on?
SteamDB. I'm just not familiar with it. Oh, this is it. Okay, we've got a link to it. Okay, that's fine. Oh my god. Holy shit.
That is an ugly sim review graph. Oh my god.
That's brutal.
What the hell happened?
So this is basically who Anita Sarkeesian is. She was an activist that was a game reviewer. She had a group called Feminist Frequency, and because of this group, she was one of the original.
There's no way you named your activist group FF. There's no way. That is crazy.
People that was in the genesis of Gamergate. She was one of the people that was trying to, at the very beginning, push ideology into video games. Try to invent things about how all video games are sexist and they need to remove any sort of depiction of women that is sexy. And basically, a lot of the things that I complain about, many of the reasons why they changed were because of people like Anita Sarkeesian. And that's basically what happened. And a lot of what she did is she made a lot of the comparisons and arguments that she made were just awful, by the way. They were like factually incorrect. They didn't make any sense. They were illogical. And ultimately, people just went along with it because, you know, basically agreeing with everything that a feminist said back then was just what you had to do. But lots of people were downplaying her impact on the gaming sphere. Yeah, she made a huge impact on the gaming sphere, and she even spoke at the UN about this. So it's not like this is some random person that came out of nowhere. The historical revisionism with Anita is so fucking wild to see. Y'all pretending like all she ever did was be a quaint Kickstarter with no one cared about. Yeah, again, like this is her at the UN. This is Time 100. This is on, I didn't even know about Stephen Colbert. This is new to me. And this is at Google. So I think that really she represents the same type of PR correct, cultural, change and like woke garbage that I think a lot of people dislike. I think a lot of people dislike it, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it. So basically what happened is Slay the Spire 2 had Anita Sarkeesian in the credits. Let me go and see if I can show you guys what this means. Yeah, okay. Just so you can just see the image, right? So she's in the credits for Slay the Spire 2. You can see consultant, and she is a consultant. And so a lot of people are very angry about this. And I think that they have every right to be, if you want me to be honest. I do. And here's the reason why, is that fundamentally, these people have come into the gaming sphere, and they have infected the gaming sphere with their ideology. And I think XQC was making fun of it. I disagree with him about this. I think that this is one of the only ways that you can express that you don't want these kinds of people in the industry, is that if you can do that whenever you rate the game down, you say the game is bad. And I think Slay the Spire 2 is an amazing game, but why would you take and bring in an activist that is, you know, really known for misrepresenting, damaging, and trying to force change into gaming that was going against very clearly the majority of what gamers wanted? Why would you do that? So Western Voids that are gaming, yeah, exactly. Cancer of a cancer is still it's bad, doesn't matter how small it is. Exactly. And so I think that it's very good to create as much of an unpleasant and unwelcoming environment for a person like that as possible. And anybody saying that it doesn't matter, it's not a big deal, I want you to keep in mind that those people probably agree with her. So they're not telling you that because they think that. Many of the people that are telling you that so they can make you stop doing it so they can keep doing what they want. That's all it comes down to. How long was the game developed for? Could it be possible she was an early consultant and got dropped later on? Yeah, I don't think it really means a whole lot. But I think also at the same time, it's important to make sure that you express that you don't like having a person like that inside of the development of a product. So that's really it. It's actually insane they remotely showed interest in her. Yeah, like, so what kind of a company would hire somebody with such an extensive track record of being controversial and trying to force an ideology into a video game? And so by the fact of them doing that, you further enable and you normalize a person like that in the community. And I think that it's important to show collectively that we don't want that. And if you, a lot of Chinese negative reviews are recent and mention her, yeah, the Chinese hate woke stuff even more than Americans do. They really hate woke stuff. They make me look woke. That's it. And so have you seen a journalist that's brutally attacked by leftists? No, I haven't seen that at all. Do you know how long the game's been in development? Maybe it was from a long time ago. The thing is that that's not the point. It's not the point. The point is that she was involved. No reasonable person should have ever thought that that was a good idea. Never. At all. And I think that really, like, how do we take back, like, our hobby? How do we take back our community? How do we change the culture? Here's the way that you do it. Imposing a radical, extreme, oftentimes irrational, but totally shutting down anybody that's trying to enable the opposite. You go after it as hard as you possibly can. It doesn't matter whether it's fair, whether it's justified, or anything else. You do it no matter what. And so, yeah, I think it's like kind of with Slave Aspire 2, like I'm kind of like in the middle about this because, like, yeah, I don't know.
September 19th, 2023. Two masked figures creep into a quiet house. Systematically, they ransack it for valuables, taking jewelry and firearms. This might seem like an ordinary, random burglary, but one of these men has a secret. He knows something about a death at the property nearly a year earlier. 52-year-old Harold Allen passed away peacefully in December 2022. So everyone thought. But this burglary's about to blow everything the investigators think they know wide open.
Everyone knows everybody here. You know, it's not like we're in a big city or anything, you know, where these kind of things happen.
This woman is a murderer. I know that. I have not gone to nobody and said anything because I don't have. This woman is a murderer. I know that. I have not gone to nobody and said anything because I don't have no proof on it. This woman's a psychopath.
Here on The Decoder, we've got exclusive footage and an interview with one of the lead detectives on the case.
If not for the burglary, we wouldn't have even known about the murder.
Welcome to the chilling story of the death of Harold Allen. Harold Allen, nicknamed Peanut, died on December 20th, 2022, unexpectedly young. He had a heart problem and insulin-dependent diabetes, but he was managing both conditions. Or so his wife, 52-year-old Marcia Allen, thought.
911.
Yeah, this is 7287 North State Road 135. My husband's in our bedroom floor. He's non-responsive.
Is he breathing?
No.
Do you hear that, cop? He sounded so, like, nonchalant. He's just like, is he breathing?
Our bedroom floor. He's non-responsive.
Is he breathing?
No, he's not.
Okay, hold on. Did you find him like that?
Yeah, I work from home and I went back there to check on him because he's been sick. And then when I went back there, he was just laying on the floor like he was trying to get up and go to the bathroom or something. And he's not breathing.
Okay. Do you want to start CPR if I help you?
Yeah, I could do that.
But even with CPR, Marcia couldn't revive him. Harold was dead. He also left behind a stepdaughter, 30-year-old Ashley Jones, and 2 step-granddaughters who were reeling from this unexpected loss right before Christmas. And they had a police investigation to contend with, which initially seemed routine.
I'm Lieutenant Adam Nicholson, and I was the lead investigator on the Ashley Jones case.
Harold worked as a laborer for a car parts manufacturer.
Everybody that Harold worked with, or his family, friends, all those people, they said he was a very loving husband, he was a good friend, he was a good coworker. He was the kind of person that everyone seemed to like. At the time of his death in December of 2022, the understanding was, from the autopsy report, is that he passed away due to heart complications. There was no indication that Harold's death was suspicious in any way.
The autopsy was signed on January 18, 2023. It listed his cause of death as calcifying constrictive pericarditis, an underlying heart condition.
Excuse me?
His system was found to contain opioid painkillers, but only at a low level, as they were prescribed to him for chronic pain. He also had a few recent emergency room visits on his record, but these weren't linked to his heart condition. The autopsy was the end of it. Harold died of natural causes, and his family began to move on, or so everyone thought.
So the Harold Allen case didn't really just appear on my desk. It started basically with a burglary on September the 19th, 2023 at Marcia Allen's home. Marcia Allen was actually out of the state at the time of the burglary. She was visiting Tennessee with her mother and father. And she had recently put in a home security system, and she had access to that home security system on her telephone. So when someone broke into her house at like 5 o'clock that morning, when she woke up in Tennessee about, I think around 8 a.m., she was able to see on her phone that there was people that had been in her house. And one of those people were wearing a ski mask. She could see that they were in her safe and removing guns and jewelry and other items from the safe.
Marcia is able to watch what's happening in her house remotely, and she calls the cops.
Our detectives had went to Marcia Allen's home to investigate a burglary and requested my assistance in locating one of the suspects.
One of the burglars wore a ski mask the whole time, but one of them had his face exposed, and Marcia recognized him. This is 29-year-old Stephen White. By just after 10 a.m. the next day, the cops are at his house.
They said that y'all got me on camera last night burglarizing the place.
If that's the case, you know anything about it?
No,
Stephen is full of excuses.
I don't even have a pact. This here's my car. Somebody stole it from me on Sunday night.
But the camera doesn't lie.
The person that owns the house identified either you or him. I don't know which one. There's the picture.
And they got video too.
And we got video. That's just a still shot from a video.
Hold on, let me see here.
Stephen begins to fold.
In 90% of the cases that we work with burglaries, if we can make the victim happy, it's better for the suspect. This is straight up between us, me and him and you. Just we get that stuff back. You know how good that's gonna make you look?
Wouldn't make me look very good.
It's gonna make you look a lot better if they don't, because we already know who was in the house. And what do you think that he's gonna say when we talk to him?
He was right here in the bed watching Nope.
We have him on video too.
The cop suggests that Stephen's partner in crime is his husband, but Stephen comes to his defense and reveals something startling.
So you're saying it wasn't him?
No.
It was somebody else then? Because that person does have a mask on.
Yep. It's like another cigarette. I'll spend the whole thing. Because that lady is the lady who told me to go get this. Her name's Marcia Buxton. And she asked me to get that. Because that lady is the lady who told me to go get this. Her name's Marcia Buxton. And she asked me to go get that. Because her husband, Harold Allen, passed away of unknown causes in December.
Unprompted, Stephen brings up the death of Harold Allen in that very house 10 months earlier.
Passed away because her husband, Harold Allen, passed away of unknown causes in December.
Unprompted, Stephen brings up the death of Harold Allen in that very house 10 months earlier.
She gave me an address. She said, hey, honey, I need you to go up in here. I need you to grab someone and go up in here. And she told me to meet this dude up there. And I did. And I went over there. She wanted us to get rid of it. And this woman has hated me for years. I'm best friends with her daughter.
Okay. What's the daughter's name?
Ashley Jones.
Okay.
She don't live here. She lives out in New Mexico somewhere right now. Because she told her mom she was not satisfied. I guess apparently Marsha asked Ashley if she could help her take care of her husband, and Ashley has a little baby that's mixed. And pardon my French, she was going on and on about how Ashley's a lesbian. She's with a Puerto Rican woman. And Marsha was going on and on about you don't need to be with none of them and sticks. You just need to come home and live with me. And trust me, after Christmas, I'll have enough money to take care of us all for the rest of our lives.
This is a whole new angle on Harold's death and his grieving family. Marsha doesn't seem to be so sad at all. Instead, she's profited from it.
She told me, and I already deleted all the messages, like she asked me to. She said, hey, I'll give you $3,000. You can go to my house. Gave me the safe code. She said, you go down there, you can get this, and I need it all taken somewhere, please, because his brothers is trying to get into my house and they want to take me to court and take all of Harold's guns and everything.
Could the burglary have been Marsha's idea?
She told me to go on Monday night and Tuesday night. It sounds to me like she set me up real quick. The other person, whoever it was that she had, that I met up with, I don't even know this guy from Adam. He said his name was Richard, and he said no names.
No
names.
names.
Had me unplug my Bluetooth thing, turn my phone off, and everything. Like, dude took my phone, and he is the one who told me where to go. Like, because I had the directions in my phone. I'm like, okay, this is what I've been told to do.
It's certainly convenient for Stephen to say he felt threatened while committing the burglary.
You know, it was hard to tell at first whether he was just trying to give us information to try to get himself out of trouble that he was in for the burglary, or if he was actually being sincere. But regardless, we took it serious. We looked into it. We opened an investigation, and you know, I'm glad that we looked into it as much as we did, because if we hadn't, we would have never been able to solve the murder.
This is the kind of account that feels like the tip of the iceberg. Marsha and her family are turning out to be far more complicated than they first appeared.
Her daughter Ashley told me in November when we were living in Florida. She said, if you ever come back to Indiana, don't put it on your Facebook because my mom is watching you. And she don't like that husband of yours because she thinks that Nathaniel caused a rift between Ashley and her years ago. This woman is a murderer, okay? I know that. I've not gone to nobody and said anything because I don't have no proof on it. This woman's a psychopath. And I'm telling you guys that right now.
And there it is, the most chilling suggestion of all.
According to her, her husband passed away because she needed that life insurance money. But she did not get that life insurance money because the policy was set to go to his brother.
When someone passes away for a reason, it can't really be called passing away any longer. You'd call it something else.
She told me straight up, she said, look, I had to take care of Harold, maybe his name was Harold Allen or Alan Harold, hell, I don't know.
Stephen's husband leads the investigators to his accomplice.
So the person that he left with came here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that guy, was he a white guy or a black guy?
He was white.
He was white? Okay. You know what he was wearing?
I think black pants. I've seen a white shirt. I think it's a white shirt.
Okay. Kind of like what you're wearing right now?
Yeah.
Is that somebody you're familiar with, though, that you've talked to before?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's his name?
I think it's King Napier.
Kane Napier. Okay.
So Stephen is lying. He did know his accomplice, 28-year-old Kane Napier. But does that mean he's been lying about the rest?
Kane is my friend that I fucking took home. Well, I went and picked him up from his girlfriend's house last night.
Was he with you when you were unloading the guns here?
This morning?
Yeah. whenever you got back with all the guns.
He was knocked out, yeah.
You've given us partial truth. We need the whole truth. And we already know that Canaan's with you. So there's no use in protecting him now.
Yep.
He admits it was Kane.
The reason I haven't told you is because Ashley's the one who set this up.
Okay.
And
You were the one that set it up?
no,
No, Ashley was.
not me. Ashley did.
So,
Because her mom, she told me her mom gave her $28,000. Let me keep drinking that because I'm going to go to jail. But I want to hit that one more time. Ashley was the one who said everything, but the reason why was because everything that I just said to you.
okay.
This woman's murdered her husband, and if you go in.
有什么？哦，那个比较是都可以啊，看你。
into her computer files.
So Stephen has changed his story. Now he's saying,
哦，好吃的先给你吃。这是疯狗。
对，不是你们先好。不狗。这样我听到就绝对不要跟着进。
那你就不要出去了。Good. How many more kills do I need to go through, man? We're at 73, dude. We've got 23 kills dry, man. Like, what? This is so disgusting.
it was Marcia's daughter, Ashley, who was responsible for the burglary. But he's doubling down on the idea that Harold didn't die of natural causes. That, he says, is the truth.
I called her daughter, who explains to me Mom has gone crazy and her husband died of unknown causes, but I think it might have been a heart attack, but I know it wasn't that because he was just fine. Everyone was drinking on Christmas Eve. Marcia went to the kitchen and made a root beer float with whipped cream and sprinkles on top of it. And she poured something out of a bottle into there. And she told Ashley that that was his little extra shot because he like spiked root beer floats. So she told her daughter. And she gave it to him. He drank it. I guess her granddaughter went to take a drink. And she like grabbed her, yanked her away, and she gave it to him. He drank it. I guess her granddaughter went to take a drink. And she like grabbed her, yanked her away and started screaming, "You're supposed to be in bed. You need to go to I want to drink a Pacts root beer float. You're supposed to be in bed." That's what Ashley said to me.
Stephen recounts an incident around Christmas time. It's secondhand, so he gets the date wrong. By Christmas Eve, after all, Harold was already dead.
The story I know was Marsha had took all their phones and put them up while they were drinking. I'm gonna put the phones on charge, guys. We're gonna put them in the back room. We don't need them ringing and waking the girls up. You know what I mean? Because we're gonna have our drinks. We're gonna have our adult time. Blah blah blah. And then it was like, I think Ashley said it was horrible because like an hour and a half later, he started saying, "Oh, I'm tired. I'm drunk. I gotta go to bed. I don't feel right." But he only had that one drink apparently, and like maybe 2 beers.
From the sounds of it, someone had put something in Harold's drink, and the consequences were fatal. But who did it? And if we're to take Stephen's story seriously, who set up the burglary? Marsha or Ashley?
I talked to Ashley, sometimes still on the phone. I'm pretty positive that was Marsha.
Stephen's pretty set on who to blame.
Marsha done killed her husband. Sorry, Mom. Marsha set me up.
But the cops can't take anything for granted.
So to initially start investigating the murder after we received the information from Stephen White in the burglary, we brought Marsha Allen in on September the 20th, 2023. And she was given us information about the burglary and the items that were taken. And before she left, she was asked about her husband, Harold Allen's death. During that interview, a detective asked her if she would give consent to a phone download, and she agreed. Once we received the phone download and was able to, start dissecting text messages, emails, Google search history, things like that, that was probably the moment that we realized the information that we had received during the burglary about Harold Allen's death was real.
Based on this digital evidence, the investigators get a search warrant for Marsha's house.
How's it going, Marsha? We're here today because we got a search warrant for your house, okay, to go through some stuff. I know you probably feel a little bit maybe intimidated with all the officers here.
Well, no, because I mean, I've nothing to hide.
Before I ask you anything, though, I want to make sure you understand your rights, okay? Then I can talk to you.
The warrant is for all her other electronic devices. They carry it out early in the morning on October 16th.
What stands out in my memory about the day that we executed the warrants at Marsha Allen's home is probably once we got her back to the sheriff's department and started interviewing her again for like the second time. And this was the time that we actually were able to present text messages to Marsha, show her the text messages on my computer and say, what's this mean? Help us clear this up. And she had an excuse for everything.
Like before, the cops start with the burglary and her home security.
I had like maybe 15,000, 20,000 in there. But when I went back to put it back into my savings, I only had like $3,000 left.
And it was in the safe.
It was in the safe. I didn't have cameras at the time, so I couldn't prove anything.
But the only person, I think you told the detective at one point that knew that.
Ashley and my husband.
Of the 3 people who knew the combination to the safe, one of them was dead, and one of them was Marsha herself. And either Ashley or Marsha must have given Stephen the code to the safe later on, as the CCTV footage shows Stephen looking at his phone before opening the safe.
Was the reason for the cameras because the money went missing?
No.
Or just...
I had never left my cats alone for that long before. And I had a bad feeling. I thought maybe one of them would have died or something. I kind of felt bad if I didn't know about it. And I got them to keep an eye on my cats.
Mm-hmm.
I never in my life would have thought I would have caught anybody coming in the house. That shocked me.
Especially somebody you know. And
I didn't know who it was. It scared me. I'm still scared. That's why I got the security surveillance cameras, because every time I hear a noise, I jump.
Was Marsha just paranoid? Or was there a reason she was so jumpy after Harold's death?
Was there any reason you think anyone else, or maybe even Ashley would have wanted to hurt Harold?
No, not
No. I mean, maybe.
I thought things were fine. Obviously, they weren't. I had no idea. If I'd even had an inkling, I wouldn't even let them in the house.
I'm just, trying to put 2 and 2 together. Like the money was missing, she got the money. Maybe she knew that there was a life policy. And
Life policy wasn't that big. It wouldn't make sense.
yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
I mean, was he mean to you? Was he
No.
mean to her?
No.
He wasn't mean to the kids or anything like that, to where she would have had some kind of way or some reason for any kind of retaliation.
I don't understand.
Okay.
According to Marcia, it was most likely Ashley who engineered the burglary in September, and Ashley who killed Harold 9 months earlier. Marcia claims to be ignorant of the whole thing.
Sussy.
Alone, not including other stuff that is going to come to light, but that something was done to him. We're really trying to wrap our minds around it too, because unless these messages mean something totally different, but if you know that she did something, I don't want you. And I know it's your daughter, and I have kids. I have 3 daughters. I have 1 son, and I know how hard that would be. They're young. Mine, not as old as Ashley, so my kids haven't had the chance to betray me the way that your daughter has betrayed you. And I can't imagine being in that situation that you're in. But I just want you to know that we are talking to you first, and if you do know something that she did, to make sure that you tell me today, because when we talk to her, I don't think she's going to hold back.
The investigators present Ashley as suspect number 1. They're giving Marcia the opportunity to get ahead of the story by telling them what happened.
You're human. Everyone makes mistakes. And if, my feeling is if it was a mistake, then we need to know that.
I have a feeling that things are twisted.
Why you think that?
She's a child. She'll say things. And I always call it telling the truth without telling the truth. She'll say something, make it sound like she's joking or something, but actually telling the truth.
The investigators try to draw out any natural friction between mother and daughter. Ashley's been living in New Mexico with another woman, also named Ashley.
Did you support her with, being with another woman?
I don't care what she's, as long as she's happy.
I mean, if she did do something to hurt Harold, is she going to tell? I mean, she's probably not going to tell me that,
I don't want to see why she would. That makes no sense to me.
Ashley has been married in the past to a man named Tarson Jones, who died suddenly in 2019.
This is all I have of my nephew.
William says Tyson was found dead in his home in 2019, just days after he received an inheritance from his great-grandfather. He says family members were unaware of Tyson's death until they got a call from Ashley.
She had his body cremated, quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Get a circular dated December 14th is for half a gallon of ethylene glycol, odorless and colorless this year.
No one would know. Why she would. That makes no sense to me.
Ashley has been married in the past to a man named Tarson Jones, who died suddenly in 2019.
This is all I have of my nephew.
William says Tyson was found dead in his home in 2019, just days after he received an inheritance from his great-grandfather. He says family members were unaware of Tyson's death until they got a call from Ashley.
She had his body cremated, quick, fast, and in a hurry. So before the family could even ask for an autopsy or to have anything done about it.
What happened to Ashley's, her husband?
He had the front part of the heart had a blockage in it, and they said that no one would have known it unless they caught it when it happened, and it ended up killing him. So I guess he had a heart attack, I'm not sure.
It's an eerily familiar situation. A coincidence or something worse? This is when the investigators bring up the supposedly poisoned root beer mentioned by Stephen.
We all had root beer poison. If that happened, we all would have something done to us. I didn't even know Stephen even knew where I lived.
And then to, make the accusation that you did something to your husband.
I did not do anything to my husband.
Did Harold actually die on the 20th or was it the 19th?
He died on the 20th.
What was like, you could just tell he was going downhill fast, or?
He wasn't talking right. He was slurring his words. But he had been doing that for a couple of days.
Marcia paints a picture of Harold's ongoing health issues, which we know now were caused by more than just bad luck. In response, the cops show her a screenshot of one of her text exchanges with Ashley.
There's a picture that she had the order pulled up on.
Unfortunately, just on that piece of paper, you can't see it. But then, and then this is you to her. It says, "How much do you need?"
She asks me for money all the time, mainly just for cigarettes.
The order, dated December 14th, is for half a gallon of ethylene glycol, odorless and colorless. It's used in things like antifreeze, and when ingested, it's deadly.
So that's like the UPS tracking code for this ethylene glycol.
She sends me UPS tracking code for everything that she orders for Christmas and everything. I never look at them.
But this one was sent from you.
If Ashley used ethylene glycol to poison her stepfather, Marcia's trying to claim she didn't know anything about it. But her digital footprint suggests otherwise.
They're both in on it.
He takes it all the time.
It does show the when you deleted them on September 20th.
The burglary took place on September 19th. The very next day, Marcia deleted her text conversations with Ashley, perhaps because she knew the police would now have a reason to look.
Luckily, we were able to still retrieve those text messages. You can see on the download when the messages were deleted, and she actually deleted them while she was in the interview with our detective.
Thanks to the messages, they now knew what to look for when overturning the original autopsy.
So once we find out about Harold's death, we have to contact the hospital and ask them about the autopsy and receiving the autopsy or the coroner's office. And we learn at that point that this autopsy, they had removed Harold's heart and still had heart tissue at the hospital. We learned that the hospital keeps any organ tissue that they remove during an autopsy. They keep that for 1 year. So we were within that 1 year. We were pushing 1 year, but we were still within that 1 year. So we had the heart tissue, and we also had the blood that was taken from the autopsy. So we were able to hand deliver the heart tissue and his blood to a lab in Philadelphia. Ultimately, we were able to determine that at the time of Harold Allen's death, he did have ethylene glycol in his system.
It was the ethylene glycol that killed him, the poison that Ashley and Marshall had collaborated on ordering. Marcia's been trying to cast blame on Ashley, but she was just as involved.
I don't know that there was ever a time where we thought Marcia was more guilty than Ashley, or Ashley was more guilty than Marcia. It was a duo. They were both equally involved and are both equally just as guilty as the other.
On December 17th, they discussed the imminent arrival of the poison.
You guys maybe thought that the order was coming, and then she wanted to know about slushies that night. That seems a little bit odd to me, considering that we were just talking about an order of ethylene glycol coming.
On December 19th, it arrives.
The mail is here, smiley face.
So what is being claimed is that you guys poisoned him.
Which is not true.
But that's what's being claimed. And that's what we're trying to figure out, because when you look at these messages,
It looks sketchy, I know.
but it's saying that root beer float is what it was done.
No, it was only put in his. If the ethylene glycol was only put in Harold's and not yours or Ashley's or the kids, I mean, you guys would be fine.
Undeterred by her excuses, the investigators dig in deeper to previous conversations.
What are foxglove seeds?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I know what foxglove is.
What's foxglove?
That's a plant that's around different areas.
Anyone ever come into contact with any of that stuff or anything?
No.
No one ever come in contact with it?
Ashley would ask me about different plants that were poisonous, afraid that they would get into it, or because it was too little, she didn't know what it was when they went places.
You said I need foxglove seeds, and she says I think I can get them at Walmart.
They're pretty flowers.
And then she said, "I thank you. We are watching a new movie on Netflix with the kids, and those are
Just want you guys to know, we've been dry since chest number 50. It's been 32 chests. And we still... No, even earlier. Even earlier. We went... The last unique that we got was on chest 40. We've gone 42 chests dry. This is so cringe, man. I'm actually gonna be here for... I'm actually gonna crash out.
Are traceable.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either, and that you see why that's concerning.
Oh, and for reference, uniques in Mainscape is 1 in 56. 1 in 56. We're almost at Mainscape rates.
Because she says those are traceable.
I don't know what she meant by that.
Marsha's response to Ashley saying the seeds were traceable? If they look for it, LOL. Foxglove seeds are toxic if ingested. They can lead to symptoms like vomiting, fever, and chills. This conversation took place on November 27th. On November 30th, Harold showed up at the hospital with these exact symptoms.
So you said, I am irritated and can't sleep. This is on November 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Can't sleep peacefully. I need this to be over. It's hanging on by threads, and he's mean and narcissistic. Like, it's hanging on by threads. What's it's?
My nerves.
He snaps and acts all sweet and innocent like I am being mean to him for days now.
Mm-hmm.
And then she says, and it is hanging on by a thread. It's so long because he's big. Moves slow and has to build. You say, I wish it would reach its climax and be done, LOL. She says, agreed. She said, close though, it's sentence, then that.
The it they were referring to could be none other than Harold himself. Marsha had poisoned him, and they were waiting for him to die.
You know what she means by the second one where it says, if not, we'll do something else?
I'm gonna set an ultimatum. If we don't get it by chest 85, I'm done. And I'm gonna go do Mahogany Homes.
We tried everything. Get rid of the flu, the COVID. We tried all kinds of meds.
This same day, Marsha sent Ashley a photo of Harold asleep, sick on the couch. His condition was almost all they talked about. But he rallied, and he got better. So they tried again.
I think you ordered something for her. She says you can't touch the plant when they come, just saying. Gloves. You say laugh out loud, that's what I was going to tell you also. You will need gloves.
Yeah, those are the plants that were in the basement.
She said, aha. I think you said, aha. She said, oh, I know, I'll need to wear gloves and have some time alone to prepare the root.
This was on December 2nd. Ashley had placed an order for a water hemlock plant the day before.
Hemlock?
It's the most toxic plant that grows in North America. Just a tiny piece of its root is enough to kill a horse.
What the hell?
Marsha put it in a chili, a Sprite, and a margarita for Harold. He got sick, but he didn't die. And these attempts had been going on for a month. In September that year, Ashley ordered pong pong seeds on eBay, another poisonous plant that could be slipped into food. In October, she texted Marsha to say they were arriving that day. Marsha responded, yay.
The medical history of him going to the hospital was always misdiagnosed by ER staff. So, but it was common symptoms like diarrhea or stomach pain. I think he had blood in his stool at one time. They had diagnosed him with some diverticulitis. He was also on insulin. He was a diabetic. So the symptoms that he was experiencing were consistent with what the ER staff was diagnosing him with, but they were also consistent with, you know, being poisoned by pong pong seed or by water hemlock.
If someone had noticed the implications of his symptoms, he might have realized what was going on. But they didn't, and he continued to eat and drink whatever his wife gave him.
Harold thought he had a wife that loved him, and he had a stepdaughter who he loved, who had a child, and he welcomed Ashley and her child into his house and let her move in. He loved spending time with his wife. He loved to go on vacation with his wife. But, you know, my impression of their relationship is Harold being that guy who just likes to spend time with his wife, and you know, has no idea that they're trying to kill him.
Did you guys go to school together?
We did. We went to high school together, graduated together. Didn't know who either one of us was. We went to our 30-year class reunion and then got to talking, and we've been together ever since.
They'd only been together for 3 years, but that was enough time for their relationship to have soured, as evidenced in the text messages. They were fighting, and Marcia said she'd lost trust in him. Ashley was with her every step of the way, but the investigators still try to keep her confidence.
I can't imagine how you feel being betrayed by your daughter. But at this, at this point, I mean, there is so much content there, and I would. Almost call it evidence.
In using this word, betrayed, they're using the language of her own text messages. On September 19th, the evening of the burglary, Marcia accused Ashley of betraying her by stealing from her.
I feel like Ashley had a lot to do with this, and maybe you were dragged along the same day that this is delivered. There's
League's task completed. League's task completed.
rumor floats. And then the very next day, Harold's dead.
The investigators turn to questions of motive, such as life insurance.
1 year's pay, which was $64, and then he had a $50,000 one, which paid for his funeral, and I had to pay off a couple of things on the house because I wouldn't be able to afford to keep the house payment plus that.
So was there any talk between March and September when the money was taken? Was there any talk between Ashley, like her wanting to know how much money was there, or her like, is there still money there, or maybe she felt entitled to getting some of the money?
I honestly don't know why she took it.
She wouldn't feel like you owed her money for her helping you kill Harold.
No, because I did not kill him.
And there's stranger things to come.
Me and another detective are reading through it, and it's like, do they think he's possessed? I mean, that's literally our thought process.
Marcia and Ashley talked a lot about Harold's dark energy, calling him demonic and possessed.
I always ignored that stuff, which I probably shouldn't have.
And then it says it's looking for someone to attach itself to, and then she talks about the grandchildren, and you say, well, that's not going to happen. You know, like, we'll make sure that doesn't happen. But at this time, whatever's trying to attach or attack the grandchildren is in him, according to the messages. Like, it's you know, it's in him. And
she's always said that, but I've never believed it.
And she thought that was some kind of demon that was in him?
She's always talked about stuff like that. I just never paid attention to it.
Either Ashley or Marshall or both believed that there was some kind of demon or something inside of Harold that they were going to try to kill.
This is a new, disturbing layer to the case. But Marcia insists she never believed in that, and she sticks to her story.
There's one ticket here, there's you and Ashley. I don't know if you guys are going to fight over who gets that ticket, but somebody is going to use that ticket.
I already know what she's going to say, and it's all going to be lies.
Marcia doesn't take that ticket. She admits to nothing, and the investigators terminate the interview. Marcia leaves the police department under a cloud of suspicion. She isn't under arrest, but it's looming, so she takes matters into her own hands. That same evening, she dies by suicide.
So we were going to interview...
That same evening, she dies by suicide.
What the
So
hell?
we were going to interview Ashley Jones on October the 17th, and which is the day after her mother just passed away. So Ashley Jones didn't know that Marcia had passed away yet. And we had a decision to make then. Do we tell Ashley about her mother, or do we interview her first and then tell her after the interview? And it was my decision to not tell her before the interview. And the reason that I chose that decision is because I wanted the truth in the interview. I didn't want to give her an out as far as being able to push this on her mom, who she knew had already passed away.
We'll be with you in just a minute, okay?
All right.
What was your relationship like with Harold?
He was nice.
Okay.
You know, he didn't really talk much, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
What did he pass away from?
I don't know, Mom didn't really say.
So far, she's playing ignorant.
Was she having financial problems?
She said he would just blow through money, make $4,000 a month, and barely get by.
Talking about Harold?
Yeah.
It was around August 2022 when Ashley and her kids moved in with Marcia and Harold, just before the first poisoning attempt.
How did Harold feel about you guys moving in? Was he cool with that, or did he ever get kind of grumpy because of it? Or
No, he was actually very nice about it. He loved the girls. He said I never got a chance to be a dad or a grandpa or anything, and we were eating that up.
She's painting a picture almost too good to be true.
Do you remember anything ever mentioned about Harold possibly having some kind of demon, or I think it was referred to as it?
She would say something about an it when it was when his moods would flip. Like that was pertaining to whenever he began a snoopy with her.
As she downplays the extent of her mother's belief in demons.
I thought that more was like just a metaphor.
But this doesn't match up with the text messages, where Ashley was frequently sending her mother Amazon links to energy cleansing candles and talking about cleansing herbs from the Bible. So they try the same strategy on
A bunch of
Ashley they
psychos.
used just yesterday on her mom.
I think at some point she probably dragged you into something that you didn't want to be in, or there was something to do with those demons or something, you know, with that. But we just want to know the truth, and I think you know the truth.
There was definitely ethylene glycol that was ordered.
I mean, is your relationship with your mom good?
Yes and no. I kind of just put up with what she does. She's always trying to drag me into whatever she gets into, and
The way Ashley seizes the investigator's words and quotes them back at him is a major red flag. She knows she's in trouble.
like I said, she said all the time, "Can I use your phone to look something up?" Which I thought was weird. You got your own, but whatever.
Okay. Somebody in that house that night did something to him. So we either have to look at Marsha, you, or Ashley, your fiance, because I don't think the two kids did it.
God, no.
And I think that Ashley, your fiance, I don't think she did it. Okay, so that's why I'm trying to get through to you that this is very important. If you know, because you know there's going to be one ticket here, and I don't know if you and your mom are going to fight over that ticket, but we already know.
Collection log slot completed.
Dead, there is no ticket. Ashley is the only one in their crosshairs.
Was there a life insurance policy that you're aware of?
There was, but it didn't go to her.
Who did it go to?
Her brother, his brother. She wanted to be free of him completely. She wanted him dead. And I said, "You're gonna go to hell for that one."
She's happily casting all the blame on Marsha, but that isn't good enough.
So my question is, did she ask you to help by placing the order for her?
She asked me to place order for her. Yeah.
For the ethylene glycol?
For something like that.
You do remember it being ethylene glycol, right?
53 minutes in, she admits to buying the ethylene glycol from Marsha. Marsha sent her the money for it, $32 through Cash App, a transaction the cops can trace.
For that woman, I just do what she asks and always have since I was a child.
She also admits to helping with the foxglove seeds.
Was she concerned that it wasn't working?
Yeah.
What concerns?
She said, "I'm never gonna be free." And I'm like, okay. It's because it's not supposed to be. She kept begging for the same help. She kept saying, "I can't live this way." It was the same repetitive cycle. It was until she gets sedated, she doesn't stop, and she'll make life's hell if she doesn't get what she wants.
Let's not forget that it was Ashley who said on November 28th that if the foxglove seeds didn't work, then they could try something else. She's making herself out to be far more passive than she actually was.
You knew she was going to be putting ethylene glycol in the drink?
I knew that she intended to.
Manipulative, but also easily manipulated.
The demon stuff. Can you tell me any more about that? Did she really think that he was possessed?
She thought he had something in him. She did. I thought she was just, like I said earlier, dissociating what she didn't like from the man.
Okay.
And making it like a character. But the way she would word it, she really believed something was inside him.
And
that it was going to attack everybody in the house and it was making her mean, and she really believed it.
But the burglary, organized by Ashley, suggests a rather different reason she kept her mouth shut about her mother's beliefs.
As time went on, it seemed like Ashley probably didn't even really believe this. It was just a motive for her to get her mother on board with killing Harold so she could gain financially.
So how much money did your mom end up with from the insurance?
Like 60,000, she said.
60,000.
They had also looked into how much all the guns that were worth and that were in their safe. They had also looked into how much the property in the house was. I think at one time they said the house was going to be around $350,000. So they were going to sell all of his property. They were going to sell his truck. They were going to sell his motorcycle. They were going to sell his house. They were going to sell everything that he owned to gain financially.
Ashley could claim it was her spiritual mom's idea all along, but the digital evidence and the cold hard cash tell a different story. She'd expected to profit from her stepfather's death, and when Marcia withheld the proceeds, it looks like she enlisted Stephen to help her steal them. She practically said as much in her text with him. On May 16, 2023, she sent him a link to Harold's obituary, saying, "Mom owes me and f***ed me over." Little did she know that the burglary would be her undoing, and Marcia's. After the interview, another cop comes in.
So, I'm here to talk to you about something completely different.
Okay.
Okay? It's not going to be an easy conversation. Okay? After your mom was here yesterday and spoke with us,
哦，放谁？怎么那么黄？
他是做的，他把那个里面揉进去哇，
那里面塞什么馅？
肉。
哦，竟然难死！
会
那你等一下再死啊！
会很难。可是我怕待会会粘在那个，这样子让它凉一下。
哦，嗯。
we got a call to go check on her welfare at her home, and she's passed away.
What?
She passed away.
What happened?
Without going into a lot of detail,
What you can tell me?
It appeared that there was something ingested possibly, and passed away on her bed.
The death of her mother changes everything for her defense, but it's too late. She's confessed.
What?
So we want
thing for her defense.
Oh my god, she wrote a suicide note? There's no way. That is diabolical. Oh my god. She wrote a suicide note framing her daughter. There's no way.
Changes everything for her defense, but it's too late. She's confessed.
So we wanted to tell you in person that you are under the arrest for the murder of Harold, okay? And conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder.
As the state prepares for her trial, they think they've got all the evidence they need, but Ashley continues to surprise them. In April 2024,
No, we lost the Gamba.
One of her fellow inmates who shows them a letter Ashley gave her to smuggle out of the prison. In it, she talks about a prayer list that she wants to add people to, including Stephen White and Kane Napier. Prayer list here is code for hit list. The investigators get the inmate to wear a wire. A lot of the audio is difficult to make out because Ashley's careful.
With a high-powered rifle right there, back in there.
There was a high-powered rifle mentioned and maybe 2 shots to the neck.
Okay, right here, she said, can your people get guns, scopes, high-powered rifle? Right here severs every nerve and kills you instantly. Right here. Okay, I mean,
so
right
that's
here.
how she was wanting these
She
people
touched
taken
me.
out.
Ashley specifically.
The inmate gets Ashley to write another letter with more details of her proposed targets, including addresses and a map.
This is Stephen White's mother. This is her handwriting, not mine.
So she wrote all this?
Yes. This is the layout of the apartment building where she's wanting them to.
Dude, that woman's a psychopath. Holy.
Ashley Neves, and she was to take out the little girl. I don't know if you guys heard that.
According to this inmate, Ashley was putting out a hit on her own fiancé.
Did she say why she wanted Ashley Neves taken out?
Because she said she was there and she poisoned Harold.
This is not the behavior of someone who was coerced by her mother into helping her kill. No, Ashley is a killer herself.
Some of the messages that stick out to us the most is probably the LOLs, laugh out loud, smiley face emojis when Harold is suffering and, you know, in severe pain, or even at the ER because they're trying to kill him and they're laughing about it. I remember there being a text message where Ashley laughed that the ER staff sent him home. Her text message was LOL, they dismissed him, or they dismissed him, LOL, one of the two. But she was like, she couldn't believe, like just laughing that the hospital staff basically dismissed him from the hospital and let him go home. And they had gotten away again with trying to kill him.
Worse, it's a pattern of behavior.
Ashley Jones had been married before. Her husband died of heart problems. Marsha Allen was living with a man in Crothersville, which is also in Jackson County, and he died of heart problems. So it was like this continuously, like it seemed like the men that they were around were dying, and they all were dying of heart problems.
That is
So I believe
crazy.
that they have done this before, and I have no doubts if they weren't stopped and if they weren't caught, they would have kept doing it and probably done it again already.
Yeah,
Ashley
probably.
pleads guilty to level 1 felony charges of conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder in 2025. She's sentenced to 50 years in prison.
And I am very, very happy with the 50-year sentence. I think that the 50-year sentence is probably the biggest sentence that anyone in Jackson County has ever received.
Both Stephen White and Kane Napier plead guilty to a level 4 felony charge of burglary. They're each sentenced to 1,095 days, to include time already served. Ashley's charges on conspiracy to commit burglary are dismissed in September 2025. She's already behind bars, so it doesn't make much difference. Marsha escaped justice. The kicker, and that year before her death, she wrote a book about her husband's death.
First look, we thought, this maybe is just a woman that's grieving her husband. But then, after the evidence and the text messages, and we see the true Marsha Allen for what she was, it seemed to be more of a deterrent. Like the book was something maybe meant to throw us off of her.
Published on Amazon on June 8, 2023, just 3 months before the burglary and everything that followed. The book was called From Surviving to Thriving, Rebuilding Your Life After the Loss of a Spouse.
There's no way. That has to be satire. There's no way.
One thing I do know about the book is that the date of Harold's death is wrong, which kind of
Level up,
it was
completed.
An AI-written book. She didn't even put her thoughts into it.
Even after Harold was gone, Marsha was trying to profit off him.
He loved his family. He was a hardworking man. He wasn't a rich man. He worked every day of his life. He worked the night that he was killed. He worked that day. And on his way home from work, he stopped to get wood pellets for the stove to keep the house warm for his wife and stepdaughter.
To repay him for this generosity,
They killed him.
And if it wasn't for Ashley's apparent greed in setting up the burglary, no one would ever have known. If you or someone you know is experiencing abuse, the U.S. National Domestic Violence Hotline is available 24/7, 365 days a year.
Jesus Christ.
And welcome to GGG Live.
Hi, Jonathan.
We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one.
Let's see it. It's a tower.
Wait, towers?
Hmm.
The Origins of Divinity endgame questline.
Oh, yo, I need that! You pinnacle boss!
That looks like a lab to me. That looks like a lab trial to me.
Ritual rework. Love to see it, love to see it.
Ritual reworked. Mage blood! It said mage blood! It said mage blood! Did anyone catch that except me?
Okay, okay? Okay?
New endgame quest, Rite of the Nameless? Ritual reworked.
a sec now. No. Oh wait. Oh, we're getting a new map system. Wait, that's new map system. No. That's PoE1. Didn't they show no maps there? Was that just maps?
Ritual rework. Uh-oh, I saw the Atlas.
Log in. Open that thing up.
Jitters is tree crafting in PoE 2. They still had walls. The walls are still there.
Ah, the tree. There we go. I thought they were gonna do this last season.
They basically reworked every league mechanic.
Yeah.
Ruins of Aldur.
Damn it! I thought they were gonna torch the whole Atlas, and we were gonna have PoE1, dude. That would have been sick. Imagine the Fireball just came and destroyed the PoE2 map system instead. Oh.
Whoa! The ocean.
Explore the ocean. We can swim. Oh no, boats.
Yo, that was a sick area. What the heck?
Atlas classes? What? Okay, I need to know more about the temple.
Whoa! What the fuck, dude? Whoa! 15!
15 new bosses and pinnacles? Huh?
Oh, yo, that looks so much better!
Huh?
Oh, yo, that looks so much better! It's all connected as well!
Atlas classes?
Rune forging? Oh, what's up? Oh.
There it is. They
GGG cooking.
I was a doubter. New ascendancy.
Oh! Martial arts sense, that's me!
New Atlas. Oh, finally! Here we go. New crafting systems. Okay. Spirit Walker Ascendancy. What? Where did that come from? Why is it another summoner? Martial Artist Ascendancy? Oh my, that looks f***ing sick. What am I looking at?
Oh my god, the passage tree is huge. Damn. Oh shit. Okay, this one unironically, every single reveal before looked like this one actually looks fucking good.
Bangs. It's like PoE, and then PoE 2. Dude, crazy.
Yo, no swords?
No
All
swords.
debated by duelists then. We were ultra debated by duelists though.
That's weird. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting duelists to come out with swords or Templar.
No swords, no duelist.
Bro, it doesn't matter. It looks insane. Listen, the new in-game is gonna be sick. It looks sick.
A class or weapon. I mean, serious. How can you expect a new class or weapon when all of that is on offer? That's so much work.
What does all of that mean? Let's hear it from Mark.
So as you can see,
never mind.
there's just so much going on.
Swipe.
Like that?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers. Welcome to Grinding Gear Games. Today I'm gonna show you Path SL2.
Now we promised that this one was going to revamp the end game.
Jesus.
And I'm very excited to talk about it.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile.
Okay, yeah, there's no clicking mechanic. Oh my god.
The crafting material, nice. Thank you,
Okay.
If you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation.
Yes!
That's a lot of work for an augmentation, but I get it. It's the campaign.
Okay. Well, whoa. An org. Yo!
Requiring 6.
Yo!
Requiring 6. 7, or even 8 runes.
Okay, dude.
But don't worry, you won't have to remember them.
Funny Mark.
Requiring 6
or 7.
7.
Ah! Momento.
Pharaoh's rune.
Oh, he's 6'7".
Record all the options. 7.
What? Level 20
or even
gems.
8 runes. Runic magic, which the Ezamites believe to be their own.
Bro,
is
the
actually of
door.
Kagura in origin.
Let me in.
Should you run out of life, your runic ward will kick in. Sustain.
Come on. Hmm?
不给你吃好啊，给你吃屁好不好？人跟狗讲。
这肉不好吃。他还骗我，他跟我说那个肉啊，特地用炒过的。
那什么肉？就味道太重，不知道是。
哦，他说他用特地炒过的。所以你觉得那个竹笋的那个，如果不喜欢吃就不要。对啊。
试试看。
出去玩。玩嘞。
它味道太重了。
不能玩了。
加。嗓门那么大。
好像有香菇。
没讲。对，我闻到香菇。
嗯，难怪，我以为它那么怪。
哎，二伯。
啊，不用了。
那你要吃皮皮？
不要了，没有。嗯。可以放肆。
Sustaining your body until your life can return.
Reverse
It
ward?
effectively acts as an extra life pool. Strict upgrade, giving runic ward with no downside.
That seems like
Others
a lot of
are
work
more
to not put
extreme,
life on the tree.
Sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of runic ward, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet.
Wait.
There are also skills to modify existing
Wait, that's
effects
actually
using
so
runic magic,
broken.
like Frost Flame Nova. Now,
That's pretty
we've been
cool.
able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and
Bro,
give them a
that's
bit of
still
a
not
boost to get
endgame
there.
viable.
And it's not just low-level uniques. Any low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage.
Did that just
Now,
up it?
we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there.
Bingo!
And it's not just low-level uniques. Unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage.
Ziz
Now,
was right
we've been
about
able
upping?
to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but
Ziz,
were not
how the
in-game
f did you know?
and give them a bit
Leaked.
of a boost to get there.
How did
And
you
it's
know?
not just low-level uniques. So 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Elder after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects.
They're gonna sell a new stash.
For
pack.
example, 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Elder after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects.
100?
For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage.
That's nutty.
You can choose which kind of challenges you'd like to face.
This is insane.
Or rewards you would like to claim. Expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting
I
mechanic.
want to craft while I'm doing an expedition. What the?
Very important difference from the. But he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwenin. He would
Wait,
like to launch
Gwennon's
an
his
expedition
wife?
deep into the ocean to find her. Gwennon.
They're
He would
married?
like to launch an expedition deep into the
Wow,
ocean
they really
to find
forced
her.
that lore onto us just
And
now.
this begins a new major mechanic for expedition.
I didn't know that.
Exploring the ocean.
I didn't know.
Dude. If this if the Chinese community heard this, they're gonna go on a riot. They're gonna be like, no, they Gwennon got NT art from this
idea they were married.
Previously, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside.
So Rogue is Super Mario and Gwennon needs Princess Peach, you know?
But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind
Yo,
it.
that'd be
Level up,
Blowing it
completed.
out, the giant
It's getting
ogre comes
harder.
out, and he
Yo,
is
it's the
determined to
grand
eat as
line.
much sulfite as possible.
Bro, it's crazy to think this game's in early
Uhtred was
access.
responsible for defeat him and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside.
Holy shit. Do you guys remember those adventure books?
Now,
It's like turn to
we're
page
not gonna
63
spoil the boss,
if you want to
but
go
one thing
right.
you should know is that the
And then
verisium that
at
makes
page
up the core
63
of
it
the
says
meteor
go back to
is of
page
a quality
7,
that has
go back
not
to
been
page 7
available for millennia.
where you will find, you know, another pathway. Choose 2 paths.
Leader of the Knights of the Sun.
Like, how many bosses are in Expedition? Like, what is going on here?
Defeat him, the Tomb of Olroth. Leader of the Knights of the Sun.
What is this? It's like a whole fucking
Defeat
story.
him and gain access to. But there is still a ton more to come. It's time to talk
How
about
is
the
there
massive
more?
changes to
It's
the
not a good
end
thing.
game. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the end game.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Hand it back to
That was
Jonathan.
just the league. Okay, guys, that was just logbooks. You don't have to do that.
And the ocean to the
No,
south
okay,
is
that was
released
just
to
the
the
league. Okay.
The entire
God.
area around your starting location is now teeming with new quest lines and things to discover.
Okay.
The Atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific
there they
objectives that are easy to find.
Spotted.
Like before though, no matter which objective you choose,
Okay.
going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. Going to towers to see
Log
what's
in
out there
towers.
is always a good idea. Going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The world must be scoured and
I'm gonna
purged of
say bye
corruption.
to my kids.
You'll need to make your way into the fortress and activate the
That
gates.
looks good.
Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant.
All
Like
rares
this
are.
map,
Oh
where
my
all the rares are
god.
contained in essence crystals, but allowing you to chase it through the entire map.
No, not the spirits. Fix the spirits. Fix them.
The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently.
Holy tower reveal
We've
radius. That's what I'm
significantly
talking
upgraded the
about.
kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree, or this one, which spawns in as Mary Spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to
Whoa.
chase it through the entire map.
Always moves on. Chain wisps. You fucking
Now,
better have
just
made
like the
them do
normal areas
something,
of
I
the
swear to
Atlas,
God.
You'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments.
What?
If we'd done this kind of thing in the old tree, we'd have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you.
That's smart.
Do you want your powerful boss
So you
maps
get to
contain more
choose a-
essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? We'd rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight.
But you don't want to have maps that just have every mechanic.
Yes, sir.
That's like the thing that we don't want. That, trust me, if you have, you will take.
Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day. Or this one.
I do want to go.
Shrines of the area, release as Mary Spirit continues.
God damn, are they tripling down on these spirit bullshit?
Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters.
Oh, yes, sir.
She will send you on missions to assassinate
These
monsters
systems
and
already.
creatures around Rayclass and
No.
harvest
There's
their
like
parts.
4 new crafting systems,
Yeah.
In
like
exchange, she will
distinct.
teach you her monster hunting skills.
3 different Atlas
Yeah,
systems
that's
right
it,
now.
yeah.
Adds a 25%
4 different
chance
parts of
to
the
upgrade
Yeah,
Atlas.
not Chinese,
It's just like,
Oh.
Or this one, which makes his Marion. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him.
那不要。
This is not the direction I thought they were going in, eh?
你给小胖
At
我
the。bottom of the screen,
放一杯我。
there's a
Wait,
bar that indicates how deep
delirium
into
kill
delirium
sounds
you are.
popping up. You hear that? It's all
You
the
can see which direction it's deep
Yo.
by looking at the fog, and must escape it while fighting off hordes of
No,
your
not
worst
the
fears.
poop boss zone. Not the poop boss.
And must escape it while
Ah.
fighting off hordes of your
What?
worst fears.
Ah. This looks like that sewer zone.
Dude, my PC is gonna explode running this. The one at my door.
This is my worst.
This one should be okay.
Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or area of effect to your jewels.
That's so good. It's
Once
so
you've
hard
done
to
enough
get jewel
delirium
mods.
encounters, the location of a grand mirror.
This is very cool, by the way. I'm just surprised they're showing all of it. You know what I mean?
So, potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way.
What are potent
So, for
emotions?
example,
Dude,
potent
it's too
liquid
much,
melancholy
it's too
is an
much.
emotion that can only come from human bosses. Encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels.
What is going on?
And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League.
Oh,
Now,
Warcry
just like
spell's
before,
sick.
You can
Warcry
also
spell
upgrade
is
the
cool.
League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree, containing multiple simulacrums.
Is this
Alright,
April? Wait, what
so
day
that's
is
the
it?
changes
May
to
7th?
Delirium.
Okay, I
The
still
core
don't know,
mechanic
dude.
now includes a bunch of new things to find and fog over a larger area of the Atlas.
I see why it
potentially
was
containing
delayed.
multiple simulacrums.
Holy shit. There's
Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. When you first do a breach in the endgame,
But wait,
you'll
there's
find
more.
Aleph, one of the Keepers of the Flame. Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium.
It's just getting
The core
too
mechanic
big,
now
isn't
includes
it?
a bunch of new things to
Like,
find,
things you
new
click
monsters to
and
kill,
craftable
and
and
mechanics on the Atlas.
How's the chat? They
It
like
also has new crafting system for
dots?
jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets.
This is nuts. Like
But there's
straight
still a
up.
lot more to
There's
come.
so
So
much,
let's
I
talk
don't even
about
know where to
Breach
begin.
next. So let's talk about Breach next.
No fucking
When
way.
you first do a breach in the endgame, you'll
No
find
fucking way.
one of the Keepers of the Flame.
No.
An ancient order of monks
No, this is
dedicated
so
to
much.
preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world.
This is so many
As
movies.
you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, and gifted to the Keepers by the
Okay, what do you
Dreamer
think the
himself.
odds the Genesis tree is
Using the
OP
tree,
in this game
Aleph
too?
could create a breach. These
Oh my god,
monsters
chat, a new
also drop
boss.
womb gifts. And if you take these to the Genesis tree, they can be used to craft items to help
Some
you
sort
in
of
the
new
war
item
against the
called a
Hiveborn.
womb gift.
When you first open the Genesis tree, you'll notice these holes into which you can place your
No,
womb gift.
no.
Each womb gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry and must be fertilized with hive blood.
Boom gifts.
The tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed.
Oh my god. Wait, no. This is
And
too
as you go
broken.
deeper, and
What
allow
are
you
the
more and
odds
more
this is
control
just
over
how
what
you
kind
get
of
all
items
your
it will
gear
birth.
like in PoE1?
So for example, you'll notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts.
Why are there so many?
Each womb gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry and must be fertilized with hive blood.
I mean, I like it. There's a lot.
So for example, like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for
He
free.
gives you Eternal Rage.
Or this one, which has a rune
What
socket
the fuck? That's insane for my build.
That's dude, it's
Or
so OP.
controlling which
Wait, it's
specific
guys,
mods that they will
this is
always
like
have.
PoE1's pretty strong, dude. What the?
With 15 points to allocate, you will have
Oh,
to choose
15.
wisely how you want to specialize
That's
your
so
crafts.
few.
But it's worth noting that this tree doesn't
no,
have
per
any
tree.
cost to respecking it. Like being able to create new catalysts for jewels,
Jewel Catalyst as well. I'm telling you, it's
or a
too
belt that
much.
gives lightning damage.
What the hell?
And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Lightning damage.
That is a lot of currency. Jesus
And
Christ.
you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear.
That was the
They have
most
not only
redundant thing
transformed the
I have
land,
ever
but
seen in
constructed
PoE.
huge sky hives as well.
What the?
Enter the outskirts of their realm. This stuff is actually pretty important, because casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too.
I'm gonna
But
be
your real
reaching
goal
your
are the
voice.
sky hives deeper into the domain.
17%
And on
increase
the
to
left-hand
gain
side, you
frequency.
can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters.
No.
This stuff is actually pretty
Why?
important, because casters and minion builds didn't
so-
have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. We'll grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
You get skin of the
So
lords.
that's a rundown of what you can expect from the
skin of
new
lords.
Breach questline.
Yeah, that's
There's a
so-
new stabilization mechanic for breaches. All the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making this league's rewards much more valuable than before.
Oh?
In order to gain an audience with the Nameless King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him.
Well, that's
Any
sick.
remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar.
Oh, wait,
Once
that's
you have enough
also
tribute for an
sick.
audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine.
That's a great f***ing change.
His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of
They
darkness
shouldn't have spoiled
known as
all the
Buddha,
quest lines. I'm
and the
sorry.
nameless king's use of this
This
power
is
has
so
been causing
cool.
the prison to weaken. And defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name.
What? What are we talking about? What are we doing here?
But the ritual is still not complete.
Why?
Once the map boss is defeated, the atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So, for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute.
Doing a
If you
campaign
go in this
in the
direction,
Atlas.
the uniques in the
Again.
reward window will turn into currency instead.
I just want a
You can
map.
also sometimes get offered so in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage
Mega
Difficult decision,
Blood.
I'm sure. You can also sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as
Mega
rewards.
Blood, dude.
So in this case,
It's there.
you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood.
Have a permanent mana flash.
5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood? What a choice. What a choice.
I'm sure. You can also sometimes get offered specific
Mage Blood.
items that will be added as rewards.
Mage
So
Blood.
in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to get
Good one,
tribute
GGG.
in the mists for another audience. Pick another
But
forest
wait,
to begin the rite of the
there's
nameless once
more!
And this time with a harder pinnacle boss. These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges?
Oh, they're bringing in
Well,
challenges!
players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best.
Dubs
We
in
haven't done these
chat,
yet in Path of
boys.
Exile
It's
2,
dubs
but
in
it's time
chat
to
right
change that.
now, man. Spam it
If
up.
you're able to complete them,
It enhances the projectile speed of your next
That's
skill.
that clown bro.
And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side.
Hey, y'all like the bear.
Will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your
Bro,
enemies.
that's cool. What? That's cool. I like the bear. I like the bear.
Having attuned yourself with nature can gain the ability to tame beast bosses.
Gazzy just shit himself
Opening up
again.
a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Can gain the ability to tame beast bosses. Opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths. Or maybe a three-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands.
Okay. Okay.
Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths.
He's not so mighty anymore, but. Alright,
Or
Gazzy
maybe
just
a
orgasmed.
three-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands.
Let's be honest though. We all know the right
Then there's a giant frozen owl beast.
It's not the monkey,
Rakar,
okay?
the
Everyone
frozen
knows
teller.
the answer.
There's so many choices.
It's the
You're going to
f***ing
have to
bird.
experiment a bunch with this one.
It's the f***ing
Very
tornado.
excited to see
And
what bosses
everyone
you all
knows
choose
the
to have.
answer. It's the f***ing
boss
bird.
or maybe a three-headed chimeral beast in the
Wait.
chimeral wetlands.
It's actually a minion league.
You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very
Pokemon
excited
League.
to see what bosses you all choose to have. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths.
The monkey tamer.
Or
The
maybe a
monkey
three-headed
tamer.
chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands.
Okay, that's cool actually. Okay, that's cool. Okay, that's cool, boys.
Team beast bosses.
Yo!
Opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle
what
depths.
the is that? That
Or maybe a three-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands.
What the is this clown dude? No way. That's crazy.
Or then,
It seems kind of hard to balance and make it
or
good
then there's a
while not
giant
overpowered.
frozen owl beast. Opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the
Yes,
jungle
I
depths.
will. Absolutely will.
Next up, we have the Monk's new Ascendancy class,
I
the
don't care.
Martial
I know what
Artist.
I'm starting.
After decades
Yo,
of
never
training,
mind.
he has mastered 3 of the 7 hollow techniques. The Martial
Might be
Artist.
Minion League.
After
Might
decades
be
of
Minion
training,
League.
he has mastered. Next up, we have the Monk's new
This one.
Ascendancy class.
This looks sick.
The
It's like
Martial Artist.
it makes illusions, bro.
After decades of training,
What the
he
f is
has
that? I
mastered
want it.
3 of the 7 hollow techniques. When I equip these, they become literal fists of stone. And not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage. Looking forward to seeing what you
Yo,
can
that
come
might
up
be the league starter. That might be the league starter.
Now, it grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy.
Oh, shit.
Skill
Fox
causes a
just
flock of
pooped
ravens to
himself.
circle you. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy.
Oh?
This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For your PoE 1 players, you can think of this just like a raven righteous fire. That's not all, however.
I'm limited
These
to an
ravens
item,
are
though?
also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill.
I don't want to be a
Mad
minion
Flight.
player, though. What is this?
Bouncing
Minion
enemies
League.
one screen at a time.
Yeah, as always, minions.
Equipping these
Dude,
causes your
everyone's
enemies to
DMing me
become
right now.
terrified
I'm
of
just getting messages from
you.
everyone.
These gloves cause you to gain stacks of killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For your PoE 1 players, you can think of this just like a raven righteous fire. That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill,
Really?
Mad
That's pretty
Flight.
cool.
This command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between.
I am going to become Pox.
You can think of this just like a raven righteous fire.
This is too slow.
That's not all, however.
For mapping
These
is slow.
ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill,
Man, I don't like
Mad
it.
Flight.
Terrible.
This command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage
Whoa, what
between
a
a
shit
set
skill.
of
I don't like
illusory
it.
mirrors,
You need to blast the
obliterating
maps. You need
anything
to
in
clear
between.
the maps as fast as possible. This is shpoo.
You can think of this just like a raven righteous fire.
No!
That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad
Desecrate something
Flight.
so beautiful!
Tunnel
Minions
of
and
deathly
RF in
damage
one
between a
Minion
set of illusory
RF.
mirrors,
Oh my God,
obliterating
combined.
anything in between.
They combine together.
Oh
the
my
Righteous Fire
God.
and the Minion Enjoyers, oh no.
Reddit's gonna love this.
Let a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just
That
unleash your
definitely is from the
divine
new
havoc,
Pinnacle guy.
obliterating them. Last
kinda
but
pog.
not least, we have a new unique jewel.
Uh-oh.
Voices. Voices is simple. It
Oh,
consumes
what?
one jewel slot
What?
to add more.
Wait. How does it
There
work?
are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots,
Oh,
and for those who are absurd or rich,
No,
one with
no.
4 jewel slots.
Oh, this is gonna cause so
Equip
many
it, and notice
problems.
the slots appear
Why are they
next to your
doing
character's
this?
Where do they
portrait in the
go?
center.
Why are they doing this?
What?
It's a shame
Why
that
are they
limited to
doing
one.
this?
Imagine
One
if
of the
you,
things
if
we
you
are
could
concerned
daisy
about
chain.
Yeah.
is how long it takes for
We have
experienced players to
150
replay through
adorned
the
in this
game
game.
in each
Yep.
new league.
Oh
As we
my
learned from
God.
Pacts or 1. Last but not least, we have a new unique
Oh,
jewel.
voices.
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 is simple. It consumes 1 jewel slot to add more.
All
There are
right,
versions
adore
that add
meta.
2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots,
4.
and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4
Adorn
jewel
meta.
slots.
Adorn meta.
Equip it, but there are many more than
Yes,
just
layout
these.
reading. Yes.
For example, not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can
What?
know exactly where to go.
Oh, that's actually pretty crazy.
These are just some examples.
Wait,
we
that's
plan
actually
to
huge
do
QOL,
more
dude.
and more of these over time
That
in order
QOL
to
has me
streamline
more
the experience.
excited than the rest of this so far. And the uniques
Now,
are cool.
As this is
And
an
Breach, I
in-game
love Breach.
expansion,
And Ritual
it
Uniques,
makes
but it's
sense that
just
we
so
would work
spread
on
now.
Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type.
Oh, search
Have a specific map you want to run, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them.
No way.
So you can see all the passives you need to allocate.
I never thought we'd get that.
Ascendancy passives you
Oh
need to
my
allocate.
God, that is actually so good.
Ascendancy points
is
you need to
amazing.
take.
Damn.
We'll find a way
For
of getting
items,
it.
Okay, that's
the build
sick.
designer can specify which
There's
uniques to
no
use
way,
in each
right?
slot.
This
or,
unique is
if
pretty
needed,
explosive.
Just add some notes to the items and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well.
Nope, not gonna happen.
For items,
Yeah, right, bud.
the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot into the game client.
No way.
Here's how it works. Community
No
creators who
way.
write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file, and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate,
决定爸爸生日的时候我们先跳一起，
skill
Yeah.
gems you need to equip,
那就高级的。
and
Hang on.
recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well.
Huh?
For
哪里？
items in a new build guide system
我跟你
directly
讲，
into
你
the
看那
game.
地方你根本就不用。
Here's how
你
it
出来，我
works.
带给你看，快
Once
点，
downloaded,
你快。
the builds appear
爸爸就
in the
说
in-game
你过不
client.
了，
Just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item
我
you
没有
need.
骗你。你相信我的
Less
眼
than I do.
那但是我这辈子
in
看
just
过最
about
高
any
级
of these
对
areas. Now,
我从来没有
I
跟你
didn't
讲
know
过
about
这
the
个
die less than I do.
当然
Chris.
never ever。
that creators can use.
我跟你
damn,
跟你
wait,
讲
you can
什
see
么？
building in game?
你记不记得你小时候，我们带你去
Oh
那
my
什么？
god.
那是巴厘岛还是
Skill
普
gems
吉？
you need to equip, but we
巴厘
wanted to
岛，
improve the experience of
不
following.
是是普吉岛。
So,
你不
we
是要
are
坐那个
introducing a new
小火
build
车，
guide
然后上
system
普
directly
吉岛
into the
啊？
game client.
可是我们很晚坐，然后后面有一个人，他就偷偷摸摸坐到后面，然后
Build guides,
你被吓
once
哭了，
downloaded,
因为我叫
builds
因为我
appear
叫
in
他
the
名字。
and selecting one
然
will
后
show you
他那个
everything
饭
you need
店
to know
超
to
级
make
高
your
级，
build.
它有那个，然后要
So you can see
对
all the passives you need to
反正就很
allocate,
我没有办法用我的嘴巴形容，因为真的太高级了。
uniques to use in each slot.
我一直用洗脸我怎么用手用脚帮你讲回去？
Check items you can find
到底
more
看这样
easily.
哇，他终于看不见，
这怎么一见？
Will now
我说
search for it
到
on
底要
the
形
screen,
容什么？
Yes,
showing you the
that
current
was on my
prices.
bingo
你不要
card.
不可以对哥哥没有礼貌
We。need to exclude some mods. So we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price.
在宝宝房给你看，哇，这里抱 BB 抱上一
Next
下，快
up,
点！
for use in Path of Exile 1.
I'm shell shocked.
You
I don't
can't
know.
get-
There's just
We
so
will
much.
also be releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box.
Damn. 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 That was a lot, man. There was a lot in that one. Imagine Gazzy's gonna play RF before you.
Ritual reworked. Love to see it. Oh, the Atlas is still there. Logouts.
Why can't you dual wield spears? Good question. You should be able to. And then you can just run around like that.
So I did 8 pull scroll? No, I've dated 4.
Pytanie, czyli zrobić pod tą instancję dobrze działający build pod quarterstaffy. Na
Who
zasadzie
made this,
było
dude?
ciężkie do zrobienia przez to, jakie wymagania statyczne.
This is me. Whenever I see minion changes happening.
Oh my god, the start of the
This
clip.
is like-
Look at this. Look at the start of the clip. Oh my god. He's oh, that is a screenshot. I'm saving this. This is,
No.
I'm banned already. This just started. All right, see you guys next week.
觉得
不要，是不是啊？
好，对不对？先说好啦。
I got a chisel. All right, very funny, very funny. Why does it do this? Why does removing defense like do a loading screen, man? All right. This is so much faster, but it's so much more expensive. Holy.
We are officially in the post-Daigo undefeated era because we just saw the conclusion of the Daigo versus Meta RD Kimono Michi first to 10 over at the newly created Evo Legends event. So this is the very first time that a Kimono Michi style showdown was hosted by an external party, now the Evo Legends team. We also had the undercards of Lage versus Koichi in first to sevens and Arslan Ash versus Chikirun going on. So a lot of high level action, but of course everyone was looking forward to the Daigo versus Mena RD set. The best Street Fighter player of today versus the greatest Street Fighter player of all time going down. I even prepared a video about how Daigo was completely undefeated in these high-profile first to 10 sets versus Evo champions of past. That's over on the main channel. If you want to check that out, it provides a lot of context to why this is such a historic event. Not only is Daigo one of the most accomplished fighting game players, period, in the tournament sphere, but he is also undefeated in these sets and in many ways is one of the biggest and maybe the primary reason why the FGC exists as it is today. And with Kimono Michi going on,
which is Daigo's own tournament series, The Way of the Beast, The Animal's Trail. It has a lot of weight to it to have that title associated with this event, and to have Daigo, who is, you know, by all accounts at this point, kind of on the downturn. He hasn't been in the same competitive shape he had been for many years versus one of the most dominant players of this era, Mena RD. People were treating this with a lot of reverence. Papadua, are you here? A legendary commentator in the Japan scene, had this to say going into the match. For those wondering, what is judo? Judo is Kimono Michi. I don't know why Grok translates this as judo. Everywhere you see judo, it's Kimono Michi. What is Kimono Michi? Here's an explanation. Kimono Michi is a 10-game series event hosted by Umehara. Its defining feature isn't just being a standard 10-game series, it's that two rivals with a history stake their pride alone on the line. Unlike a casual first to 10 game series, it presupposes a complete ranking as players where both parties agree and prepare with resolve to fight. There are no rematches. In other words, you'll have to accept this ranking and live your life accordingly from here on out. That's why it's a hot-blooded, intense, and cruel concept. Long before Kimono Michi, Umehara has never lost under these rules. That's why he's been deified, and his influence has skyrocketed. As the scene expands and he's approaching the age of 45, there's a high chance this
Daigo is 45? Oh my god.
could be his final duel. That's the mindset I'm watching this event with. So, with this in mind, with this context of how people are referring to this event, the Kimono Michi title, with the history of how Daigo is undefeated, how he is fighting games in a sense, people are going into this with high expectations and a high sense of reverence for the upcoming showdown. And everyone was excited to see, when they showed up to the event, that it was delayed by hours. This is what people were treated with in both the live stream and the in-person showing, for about an hour and a half of delay, with no word from the organizers about what was going on, what was causing the delay, when the show would resume. We were treated with the Legends Live logo, a coming up screen, and their mixtape on repeat, the same soundtrack for at least an hour and a half before the show finally got
That's
underway.
so scuffed.
So there was a bit of technical hiccups to get the show started. And remember, there's limited seating in the venue itself. These people paid money to be there, to witness history live in the making.
Okay, but this is like just another day at LEC, guys. Don't make a fuss about it, alright?
And yeah, it was not a good start to the show. But after we got the first of sevens out of the way, you know, they had Lakia versus Goichi down to the wire, Arsenal Nash versus Chikadun, decent competitive sets, right? But let's be real, they weren't there for that. Those sets were not Kimono Michi, right? Those were Evil Legends sideshows. These were strong players with limited historical context and limited rivalry with a narrative between them. That wasn't Kimono Michi. The audience in attendance and watching online was there for Kimono Michi versus 10, Daigo versus Mena RD. And many people were wondering, you know, with this aging legend, would he be able to inspire hope once more? Can he actually be Santa? Daigo was inspiring us with his words before the match. And well, for the first game, we got to believe. First game here, hit confirm, heavy punch into the OD Adamant Fist, into the full combo conversion into the corner. Stand MK frame kill and the throw. And with the very first round, in the first to 10, Daigo strikes first blood with a round on the board. And immediately people began to believe, because people were calling this a potential blowout. 10-0 for Mena RD. There's zero chance Daigo even could get on the board. But quickly, Daigo takes the first game, and in the second game, he's tied here in rounds. Just throws worth of life between the two players. Finds OD Fireball, driver shin, perfect spacing to make the slide whiff and the whip punish, and Daigo, first two games on the board. Slide whiff and the whip punish, and Daigo, first two games on the board. And suddenly the people were believing, wait a minute, Santa might be real. Well, after that, reality set in once more, and Mena RD quickly finds himself up 4 games in a row. And here we see the problem. OD Blanca Ball into the level 2, forces the burnout from Daigo. Daigo, He was playing solid in the first round. It's played solid in every first round, but with the level 2s in play, then RD takes the drive gauge away, dry rush in for the setup, gets the full combo conversion, and with barely any life remaining, sets up the safe jump, catches him on the jump back, sets up the block string here, conversion to the level 1, great awareness on the life and meter situation. Meta RD gets the chip out and puts 5 in a row on the board after Daigo put the first 2 games up. And you know what? People are starting to be a little bit concerned. This might end up being a 10-2. It might end up still being a wash. Except Daigo fires back 2 games in a row and up a round here. Daigo is on the verge of tying up this set. Gets the drive rush into the backdash bait, and that's 3 games in a row for Daigo. And we have a tied set between the Evo Vegas 2024, 2025 champion and the 2-time Evo Japan champion, with Daigo up 5-5. And we see a hint of something here, which might seem like people popping off. It might seem like people popping off. It might seem like Bonchan celebrating the tied set, but that might come up a little bit later. But as the set wore on, we got a hint of reality once more. That we could get one more game on the board. But as reality came to, we find out that Santa Claus
Level up,
real.
completed.
RD on set point here, just playing defense. Daigo doing what he can to stay in this set. But Mena RD finds the drive rush cancel into the combo conversion, and with the score of 10-6, Mena RD takes the set, and Daigo's reign of dominance, his undefeated streak in high-profile first to 10s, comes to an end, and Mena RD is the champion. And with that, you know, people had to grapple with the fact that we're in a new era. Daigo, who's inspired us for so many years with his will to keep
he is 45, man. That guy's been a legend for so long.
winning. The fact that not only was he a fighting game champion, he was a fighting game champion that evolved with the eras evolved with the games, and was always able to, even when he was down and out, work his way into a competitive situation where he could take down the next champion, and always found a way to make it through. He inspired people all over the world, including people like myself, right? A huge part of why the FGC exists today is due in no small part to this guy's legacy right here. So how was the community, the FGC at large, reacting to this loss? Well, on the Western side of things, there was a lot of complaining about level 2. Why doesn't Daigo activate his level 2 win the game install? Man, at first, the first reaction to this whole set was a lot of people complaining about how Mena RD achieved this victory. If you actually break down the statistics, Daigo won about 80% of the opening rounds of every game. That 10-6 does not tell the whole story, because it was legitimately a close 10-6. Every single game, nearly every single game except for 2, I believe, had Daigo have a win on the board or winning the very first round. However, Mena RD would often use Blanca's level 2 very effectively in the second round and use it early, and often build another level 2, a second one, during the final round, and was able to overwhelm Daigo's defense, attack his drive gauge, and make a comeback that way. The level of play was really high, but yeah, so many people were complaining, wow, Daigo's playing Street Fighter, Mena RD is playing cheap, unhonorable Street Fighter 6 with a cheap Blanca and cheap level 2 install. Somehow, people are acting like Akuma's low tier. In this discourse, I'm starting to get the sense like, wait, do you guys think that Akuma is the honest character here? It was starting to get a little ridiculous. I'm like, we're talking about Akuma. Let's all remember this, okay? Daigo is not playing some shitty, honest character either here. Let's be real. But this was the big sentiment from a lot of the Daigo fanboys on the Western side, trying to cope with the L, right? Mena RD didn't win the right way. How was Daigo coping with it? Well, I think he was enjoying himself and, you know, celebrating the evening regardless after the set concluded. So I think Daigo will be okay. We'll get back to that as well, how he's doing in a little bit. However, there was some other issues with the event besides the outcome not matching people's expectations. For example, you know, maybe you're in the audience and you can't handle the fact that Daigo lost. Don't worry, production has you covered. Because right after Mena RD delivered the final death blow to Daigo, an Evo Classic.
What is this broadcast?
Daigo went up on the screen. Oh wait, scratch that production. Sorry, it wasn't. It was the bad ending. Get Meta up on their stat. So that was rather disappointing in the eyes of the audience there in the venue. This was also disappointing as well, though. For certain portions of the gameplay, for some reason, they got the cinematic edition where it was zoomed in so you can't see any of the overlays. Looks kind of cool for a trailer, but when you're actually trying to watch the match, it's kind of hard to tell what the hell is going on. When they zoom so far in, you can't see anything. Okay, there, they corrected it. And there was just a lot of hiccups, including just a blank screen at some points where you're just missing some of the rounds. So on top of
That's terrible.
there in person, being forced to wait hours for the show to begin.
Yeah, that is not a good look for the organizers. My God.
Time, there was all these technical hiccups along the way that were just kind of adding salt to the wound for the people there who were obviously there to celebrate the legacy of Daigo Umehara. But there was other issues as well, like the general vibe of the venue, the layout, the setup, and the production event that it tried to achieve. Slowly it dawned on people that this isn't what they had expected. One of the biggest issues that I saw is this is right after the set concluded. For some reason, they had Daigo sign a Rejects jersey and hand it to Mena RD like it was supposed to mean something. And then they both awkwardly stood there on the stage while the commentators tried to bring the event home, where eventually, finally, someone from the production team walked out and basically told Mena RD and Daigo, hey, you can go home now, it's over. And they just awkwardly walked off stage. So they just sat there and stared at the audience in silence for about a minute or two for no reason. And people were very confused about the spectacle of the entire experience. And that was not unnoticed by the Japanese audience, who took this very seriously. Eventually, the complaints started pouring into Twitter. Here we have the apologies from Shoyo Koyama, who I believe is part of Team Reject, saying that, you know, they were a part of this event and they deeply apologize for how the event was put on. We even have apologies from Rick from EVO. We acknowledge that our preparations and considerations for the historic match scheduled at Legends Live were insufficient, and as a result, we deeply regret in having disappointed all the players, fans, and partners who deserve a far better experience. On behalf of EVO, we sincerely apologize. And the comments are not kind here. This is in Japanese, just to be clear, apologizing to the Japanese audience. And then here, I think, is one of the best tweets that summarizes a lot of the complaints and issues coming out, because it becomes clear that this isn't just about the lack of polish or the production quality around the EVO Legends event. But here they describe that when you think the sound is too quiet, it blasts super loud and drops to barely audible. The venue screens show the wrong footage, the wrong materials are used. They showed winner Daigo and Daigo lost. The English commentary and Japanese commentary are right next to each other, so if you're sitting in the middle, you hear different languages blasting from left and right. Your brain starts glitching out. The Japanese commentators' headsets keep picking up the English commentary, and there are tons of technical issues.
How did that happen, man? That's... goddamn.
Come in at 10 a.m. The show didn't start to 7 p.m. So many different actual production and technical issues for the show itself that was really impacting the experience of the players and the people there. However, it wasn't quite clear the scale of the complaints that the Japanese audience was having for this event until Bonchan put the tweet out. Bonchan put out the tweet with 31,000 likes. And when I saw this, I was like, what the hell is going on? Because we've dealt with bad production in the past. We've seen EVO production. People complain about how many Chipotle ads are being put on during the EVO broadcasts all the time. Like, this is not new to the Western audience, but to see Bonchan, like a pro Street Fighter player, speak out, a very highly revered player as well, this obviously was reaching a different level. So Bonchan here says, the Beast Path was an event that Ume-san took time to organize, focusing on humans in a way that had never been done before, featuring combinations with deep-seated rivalries and backstories that were crucial. It wasn't just about feeling frustrated over loss, it stirred up emotions so intense, like something you truly couldn't forgive, that words alone felt too provocative to even try capturing it. What bothered me the most was whether Ume-san's pre-match interview properly reached people outside Japan. The bizarre pre-match performance where they asked for winner predictions in the venue made no sense. If you knew anything about the Beast Path, it would never happen 100%. It was such a regrettable way to present it, and it made me so sad. It's not just some exhibition, you know. The match itself was 100% Mena's triumph. He achieved something unprecedented. Congratulations. I have so many gripes about the event that despite never usually sharing my feelings on Twitter at all, I just had to write this because I really want to get it across. I hope it improves. So I saw this and I was like, whoa, like they must have really messed up. Like, what did they mess up with the interview specifically? And what was the issue about like asking the audience for a winner predictions, right? Well, I put out a tweet to help get some more clarification, context of what people were talking about, and I got a lot of replies, and they took this shit seriously. You cultivate a rare and beautiful flower, and the local people are captivated by its beauty. They all plant their own flowers in that spot, creating a special place. Suddenly, a wicked rich man appears, proclaiming, "Let's hold a flower show. I know a way to make it look even more beautiful." He tramples in, knocking over the flowers, compacting the ground, and leaves without completing the project. And this is one of the hundreds of replies I got describing the scale of disrespect felt by the fans of Daigo and Komodo Michi, and how not just the failure in the production resulted in them disrespecting the spectacle on display. It was that fundamentally the show from the ground up was not in the correct spirit for what Komodo Michi was supposed to mean. That even if they had achieved their goal with perfect execution, no downtime, no technical issues whatsoever, it would have failed to be a Komodo Michi event. Anna here, who is Bonchan's wife actually, added some more context. Two specific things he mentions here are how Daigo's pre-match comment on, "I'm turning 45 next month, but today is my peak, so you should be proud if you beat me." Comment was not translated at all. That comment alone had so much context and weight, since he had also mentioned to people around him that if he loses, he would consider retiring. Now, I believe what was translated in the pre-match interview was that it was more along the lines of, "I'm turning 45 next month, so you caught me in my prime," almost like a joke that like you caught me before I turned 45. At 44, I'm in my prime, but at 45, I fall off. So there was it didn't capture the context. It felt more like a joke, like, haha, finally, dude, I'm not getting any younger, versus even though I'm getting older, I'm actually getting better with age, and this is going to be the final test of my skill. Secondly, he mentioned how the audience was asked things like, "Clap if you think Daigo's going to win," right in front of the players pre-match. That kind of interaction showed that the event organizers didn't fully understand the seriousness and magnitude of the match. This was the confusing part at first to me, because the whole make some noise, clap for and cheer for who you like to win, this is like general esports noise. And for someone like me at this point, I filter that out. When I watch a stream, I'm so overexposed to that kind of filler that I don't even recognize it. And I'm just waiting for the actual context of the match to begin. So this wasn't jarring to me because it doesn't even register in my mind at all. So at first I didn't really understand. I was like, why is that? Like, it's corny potentially, but what is the significance of this exact comment? And the more context you get, it makes a bit more sense, because it is a very different tone if you watch other Komodo Michis in the past. But other people were adding context. Grim here says, "It was more show than competition, which was the issue. The nuance is that Americans like to encourage the public to be noisy and lively because for them, an event is about entertainment and fun. For many in the world, that is not the adequate, respectful behavior towards players pitting their passion." So I replied, "Was the expectation to treat it with more of a somber, quiet reverence, as opposed to Capcom Cup, where the JP audience does get very lively? If you watch other tournaments, the JP audience, they get hype, man. They're cheering. They're even cheering in those clips that we saw. They're going crazy for the show. Yes, this was not an international cup. This was a duel to see who was better, where we are thankful to be allowed to watch. Look at how many audience members tried to cover their faces, and Concha even shooed the camera. I think this might be Bonchan. Even shooed the camera. The focus was not on the competition, but the audience." I did not catch that context. Did you see in that previous clip? When Bonchan is yelling at the camera, he's telling them to look at the players. So the camera work, which is very typical for an EVO production, of something hype happens in the game, in between rounds you might show audience reactions. That was considered to be extremely disrespectful, because it was supposed to be just an observation of the players themselves. The crowd should be irrelevant to the experience. The event should be happening regardless of if there's an audience or not. The idea of the reverence of...
如果起不来的话，爸爸帮你。
哦
然后你要记得明天3点更，真的是错。
到底要干嘛？
我叫爸爸跟着你一下。我说不可以再让你被那个丑八怪挑，
你浪费时间。
真的。待会睡觉的时候记得。你干嘛装的聪明？你 说妈咪这样直接插你很痛是不是？小朋友的脚很软哦。到别的地方吗？
没，敲屁股。嗯。
痛。
啊。
我要去睡。这样我才可以早点。不用。我好像也没那么好吃。说吧，都说晚安，都说晚安。哦呀，就是要逼他发疯。
下次要发疯。哦，是你自己要发疯，闭嘴巴。
要早点睡啊！要早点睡啊！爱你。
让我吃饭。有没有？
没有，下次才会就是可能就天天这样子你呛到。还没吗？好。
Of the moment, this could have been two, you know, a Western shootout, right? Meet me at dawn outside of town, and we're gonna have a shootout duel to the death. It doesn't matter if anyone's here to witness it. We're doing it for our own personal reasons. Or, you know, two warriors meeting in the forest. If we are being allowed to witness something, and it should not be the focus. Like, there's supposed to be this air of literally battling to the death. And this was a metaphorical death for someone's career. And the idea with the Kimono Michi, the way of the beast, right, is the idea that you can never have a rematch. This is something that's going to be a mortal wounding. So the idea of asking who do you prefer to win is akin to saying who do you want to die? The vibe was supposed to be more like a funeral, according to a lot of the audience members. Someone was going to die today. You're going to be seeing the death of someone's career in fighting games. A part of them is going to die. And for most people in the audience, they kind of knew and were expecting that Daigo was going to die. The legend of Daigo being an undefeated member in these high-profile sets of the community, the man who inspired millions of people around the world to try fighting games, was going to die. So in that context, to be there, like, cheer for who you want to win, it's kind of like they're going to cheer for Daigo to win. It's like they're
Level
saying,
up,
hey, we hope
completed.
Metal RG dies. Like, that's the level of seriousness they're approaching this moment with, versus the other side of it, where it's like we're getting excited to experience this. And so there's a big cultural clash here with how the Kimono Michi portion of the event versus the Evil Legends branding and production team approached this. If this was not Kimono Michi, this would be more acceptable. But once that Kimono Michi branding and tagline are associated with it, it's supposed to be next level reverence, somber, almost cruel, like Aryu mentioned, that someone will be losing part of themselves in this set. You will never get a run back. You will always lose that status that you are the loser in this match versus this other player, and you can never regain that, no matter where your career takes you. So there was other context here as well, because Umahara did stream the next day, and they say here in Umahara's post-stream event, it was revealed that the decision for the EVO side to do a 10-man exhibition, a first to 10 exhibition, was made early on, and that the manager had a proposal to make it a Beast Path Kimono Michi event, and that came quite late in the process. That's why there seems to have been a disconnect between the organizers and the audience. The Beast Path is a clash of lives, and the spectators didn't want to hype it up as a show. They wanted to be a witness to see it through. This was literally like watching two people battle to the death, and to show respect to that that level of vulnerability on display. So there was a clash there of expectations, and then on top of that, the production issues and everything made it feel cheap and artificial, and the vibe was wrong, and then Daigo also lost. So all these factors became a giant shitstorm of people being very upset with how the whole ordeal was treated. That was because specifically of this line right here. You see Lagia versus Goichi, Arslan versus Chikadun. These were not Kimono Michi matches. These were just Evo Legends versus Sevens. They did not have the narrative stakes, the history, or the context to warrant such a match. But the Kimono Michi, Daigo versus Men RD, that was Kimono Michi. And so that carries a lot of weight to it, and Evo Legends failed to meet those expectations. I mean, if you go to the Kimono Michi website, I don't even know if this is official or not, but there's an entire documented history of every Kimono Michi event that has ever been held, and they're complete with full stories, the context, interviews. Like, they're building these things up to be very important events because it's supposed to be treated with that level of reverence and that amount of finality, right? Tokido beat Kawano and Kimono Michi. That's it. Kawano can never challenge Tokido ever again in this type of a format. Tokido owns his soul to that degree, right? So that's the stakes that were supposed to be communicated, and that's the stakes and that context that was not met by the production. And you can see in the promotional material, especially on the Japan side of things, there wasn't much about Evo Legends going on. You look at the YouTube videos being put out, it's Komodo Michi. Evo, that logo is nowhere here at all. Look at these other promotional material. Kimono Michi. Evo Legends is not on any of the thumbnails, any of the promotional materials. It's not about Evo Legends. That's just the production team running this. It's about Kimono Michi. So this was expected to be the focus, especially from the Japanese audience. And when you look at what a Kimono Michi event has been, if we look back to the legendary Daigo versus Tokido first attempt, it's not that people are not watching and cheering. It's not that they don't do interviews with the players or get their thoughts. It's that these matches could have happened with or without an audience. This is Daigo versus Tokido in an arcade. There is an audience, but it's people crowded around arcade machines, watching, cheering politely, but trying to stay out of the way of the event on display. It's not about the audience themselves. They're just lucky to be able to witness what is occurring. There's this level of this like down-to-earth atmosphere about it. It's not on a stage. It's not with this artificial lighting, and it's not with all these different production teams and camera angles and everything. It's just two people playing in an arcade. And of course, that ended with golf claps in a somber mood. People were quiet. Tokido bowed his head on stage, and he teared up when he failed to defeat Daigo in this set. Yes, they had an interview with it. Yes, people did clap for it, but it was a moment of great respect, reverence, and a somber mood in the air. Tokido died in his path to try to take down Daigo Umahara, and he will never get that opportunity ever again at this level. And so that was the expectation going into this. But instead, what they got was Evo Legends branding backed by, corporate interest with what people believe or perceive to be a corporate cash grab to capitalize on an event built by Umahara and grassroots efforts. And it's what we've been seeing a little bit with Evo and its expansion. I feel like this is the first time we're seeing any kind of backlash in that direction, especially from the Japanese community. And, obviously this is backed by like the Saudi funding. Evo is completely Saudi owned at this point. They're trying to expand aggressively. They're adding events all over the world. And it's a weird tipping point because I don't think we've seen any sort of backlash from the Japanese community at this scale about this expansion until this point. That Evo has trampled on something sacred with this overreach by not treating this with the level of care and respect and executing like they needed to and in the right way. They've tapped into something. It was very interesting to see that reaction, and it makes me wonder what's next, because we're already seeing Saudi Arabia is not having a good time. What was once the infinite money glitch seems like the infinite money valve is starting to dry up, and they're closing the valve. We see Saudi Arabia here just recently pulled out of Live Golf, which was their initial kind of template for sports washing, for taking over other sports scenes and investing tons of money, millions and millions of dollars to try to take over whatever kind of sports enterprise they can and use that as a way to help, sports wash and improve their economic portfolio and their image amongst the world, right? So I feel like we're seeing some multiple cracks on different levels, just like the economic level with Live Golf, and then also the cultural level with where in the FGC they kind of finally took a misstep for the largest FGC community, which is Japan, right? And so where does that leave Daigo amongst all of this, right? I showed Daigo here after the event, and with all this discussion around how the event went down, how the set played out, what does this mean for the history of Kimono Michi and Daigo and his legacy? What does Daigo do next, right? I showed this tweet earlier, but I didn't show the translation. It says, "This year, I'm dead serious." So this might have come across as just, a drunken hype speech after a historic moment. It's you got to hear what he says the next day, right? Saying, "This year I'm dead serious," looking like this, sounds great in the moment. We got to see what he says the next day. But Giuna has a translation here from Daigo going on his stream the next day to talk about this set. And so I'm going to read this tweet here out to you guys, for those listening in. Daigo on stream talking about Kimono Michi. He says he seriously planned on retiring if he lost to Mena. The reason being that since Street Fighter 6 releases, he has not felt strong, or the motivation to improve like in his youth in the arcade days. But after 3 months of training, in the final week before the match, he thought, wait a minute, am I strong again? This is what it felt like back in the day. He was incredibly stressed the day before the match and couldn't eat, and said just walking outside felt like he was already in the fight. He thought he wouldn't be able to sleep due to stress, but surprisingly fell asleep easily. However, when he woke up, he had tears in his eyes. He doesn't know why, but he thinks it's because he had a dream where he quit fighting games. After he lost to Mena, he still thought it was time to retire. But in the taxi ride back to Tokyo, Ada kept bothering him and begging him not to. Daigo agreed just to shut him up, but then he thought back on that feeling of being strong in the last week and thought if he could keep that same motivation and approach he had for Kimono Michi, he could become strong again. For now, he's
Damn, what a beast. That is cool.
To continue competing, but is taking a short rest after the set. I want to try my best again. It was so fun. Those 3 months were the best. Thank you, Mena. Daigo's great because he goes from this heartfelt talk that he has the chat in tears to, I'm making too much money from the stream, I don't want to turn it off. So obviously people are very emotional. I'm sure the donations and the super chats and whatnot were coming flying in for Daigo. And he's balling out in the Twitch bucks. But, I mean, this does mean something, right? Like, this is Daigo Umahawa we're talking about. He is finally a player who has been defeated. In some ways, that might be liberating to finally give up that title of being undefeated, where he can then proceed and move forward with the next phase. Daigo is currently qualified for Capcom Cup. He qualified by being on the winning team for Street Fighter League Worlds with Team Reject. This means that we're going to see Daigo at Capcom Cup for the very first time since 2019. Is this the year he locks in? He has, in my mind, one really good last shot to do something on the biggest stage that Street Fighter has to offer. And I'm just happy to see that despite all the drama with how Kimono Michi was handled, despite the definite issues with the production, despite the maybe lack of respect for the event series Kimono Michi that Daigo had built by Evil Legends, and the fact that he lost 10-6 and has lost his undefeated godhood status, Daigo will compete, at least for the time being. And that's all I got for this video. Let me know what you think about the
YouTube.
On August 21st, 1986, more than 1,700 people in West Cameroon were killed within minutes of each other, and no one, not even the survivors, of which there were few, knew what happened. But it wasn't just people. The livestock, birds, even the flies that should have been buzzing around the corpses, all dead. It was as if a nuclear weapon had gone off, except
what the hell is the
nothing was
radiation?
burned or even damaged. Someone or something had swiftly and silently exterminated nearly every living thing in the area, and somehow without leaving a trace. But investigators had to start somewhere, and luckily there were a handful of survivors whose stories offered valuable clues that would eventually lead them to the true culprit behind the massacre. The night before, a dim half-moon shone over a small house in the village uphill from Lake Nyos. Ephraim Che, a farmer, felt like a headache was coming on. He was going through his evening routine, tidying up as children were getting ready for bed. At approximately 9 p.m., he heard a low rumbling in the distance. Rock slides weren't anything unusual in the volcanic region they lived in, so he didn't really think much of it. When he peered outside, he saw the moonlight shine on the thin mist rising from the lake's surface, hanging ghostly on the water. Ephraim rubbed his temples as his head continued to throb, deciding it was time to sleep it off. Thinking of the mist, he muttered to his children, "Looks like rain is coming," before heading to bed, not suspecting what tomorrow would really bring. Downhill, at the lower portion of the Nyos village closer to the lake, a hard-working young cowherd named Halima Sul heard the same strange rumbling. Along with many other relatives living in their small family compound full of huts, she stepped outside to find out where the noise was coming from. As she stood in front of her door, she noticed that the rumbling was accompanied by a loud howling. She described the sound as if many different noises were shouting all at once. Before she could gather her thoughts, a violent gust of wind tore through the village, shaking thatched roofs in their frames and slamming doors with a brute force. Halima felt the ground tilt beneath her, the air suddenly feeling heavy. Then, everything went black as she collapsed where she stood. Sule Amare, another cattle herder, assumed rain was coming due to the weather, but was surprised when he emerged out of his hut and saw the moon clearly. The young man said, "I wondered how rain could come without clouds. I started exclaiming, 'Allah Akbar,' before he could finish the thought of how God was great. He too fainted, collapsing on the spot. No one would wake until the sun rose on the worst morning of their lives." Ephraim Che, the farmer, woke up to what should have been a relatively normal day. He opened his door and walked down the hillside towards the village. The lake that usually gleamed a crystal blue in the morning light had turned a dull red color, almost like rust. When he reached the outlet of the lake where a waterfall normally spilled down the rocks, he found it completely dry. The absence of the calm, bubbling, flowing water was unnerving. It was then that he noticed the complete silence around him. The usual morning chorus of songbirds, the low ambient buzzing of insects, all of it was gone. Ephraim suddenly became so frightened that his knees began to shake. He broke into a run, farther along the lake. He was approaching the lower portion of the village when, suddenly, a noise pierced through the silence. It was Halima, the cowherd, screaming in a frenzy of horror. She saw the farmer and called out, "Ephraim, come here. Why are these people lying here? Why won't they move again?" She looked delirious, shrieking as her voice cracked. Blisters covered her body and her clothes were torn apart. Ephraim could see the bodies lying on the ground. Death didn't discriminate. Corpses of people, along with numerous animal carcasses. What was going on? For all they knew, it might have been the curse that had been spoken of for generations. The lake that they had built their home around was known as Bad Water among the locals. One of the ethnic groups in the area, the Pamom, refused to settle near the lake. Their elders talked of lakes as if they were alive. Stories that they passed down through generations warned that it could rise without warning, swallowing entire villages and ending family lineages in a single night. They told of wailing voices that drifted across the water, and of ancestors who had once drowned when the lake breathed too hard. So the Pamom had a simple rule: build your home high above the hills. Otherwise, you didn't build at all. Anthropologist Eugenia Shanklin later found out that some groups outright forbade building homes near lakes, which is quite peculiar, as people naturally tend to settle down near sources of water, since proximity to water has almost always been an advantage, sometimes even a necessity. The Sumerians of Mesopotamia, among the first urban societies, built along the Tigris and Euphrates, where seasonal flooding enriched the soil and made agriculture possible. In ancient Egypt, the entire rhythm of life revolved around the Nile. The annual flooding and the crop cycles even led them to create their calendar around it. The way the Pamam people around Lake Nyos deliberately turned away from this instinct shows how deeply ingrained their inherited caution ran. Many villagers believed the lake was inhabited by a spirit or deity capable of blessing or punishing nearby communities. Some elders even said the spirit of the lake found actions like washing clothes, fishing, or defecating in the water disrespectful. But in time, the warnings turned into old, quiet memories, which then evolved into superstition and finally became myth. Shanklin described these as geomythology, saying details shift over time, but these stories probably preserve real events. However, around Nyos, as the settlements above the lake grew more crowded, people ventured down to the slopes to build next to the river. This is where Halima Sule's kin had called home, and where every single one of them had suddenly and inexplicably died. Halima had lost all 4 of her children, and her entire extended family of 31 others, along with the family's entire herd of 400 cattle. She was in shock, trying to shake her father's lifeless body awake.
Level up, completed.
But then suddenly, the most terrible thought came to his mind. He broke into a sprint downhill towards his own extended family's homes, where he discovered that his worst nightmare was a reality. His mother, father, siblings, uncles, and aunts were all lying on the ground motionless. I myself, I was crying, he recalled later. He felt as if it was the end of the world. The previous day had been market day in Nyos village. Traders and herdsmen come down from the surrounding mountains, leading cattle and goats along narrow paths that wound through the volcanic hills. For a community this remote, market day was a chance for reunion, with relatives and friends dining together and visitors staying overnight. The morning was supposed to be cheerful, with the laughter of people reunited with friends they hadn't seen in weeks. Now, the valley was under a silence so heavy that it felt unnatural, as if the world was holding its breath. A few villagers from the upper side of the village set out to check on relatives in the valley below. What they found defied comprehension. Animals dotted the landscape in grotesque stillness. Cattle had collapsed mid-step. Chickens scattered lifelessly across courtyards. Bodies of goats were strewn on the grass along with wild birds peppering the ground. There were 0 flies buzzing around the corpses in the sweltering summer heat. All the insects were dead. There was no smell of smoke anywhere. No ash on the ground. No scorched thatch or blackened wood. Nothing to suggest a fire had ever passed through. And yet, the survivors had injuries that looked exactly like burns. Blistered, peeling red skin, as if they'd been too close to open flame. But a survivor named Margaret Wandia recalled that there hadn't been any heat or light before she lost consciousness, just an overwhelming heaviness on her chest. She remembered breathing fast and hard, her lungs refusing to fill, her limbs weak and numb. When she woke up, 3 of her 4 daughters lay dead in bed beside her. Her own body was marked with deep burns down both legs and across one arm, injuries so severe that her hand later had to be amputated. The landslide that some of them thought they heard the previous night hadn't gone through the village. Houses stood untouched, their thatched roofs intact, doors hanging slightly open as if someone had just stepped out. Some huts still had fire burning in their hearths, with uneaten food left on the table. Most of the victims were discovered exactly where they would have been around 9 that evening, suggesting that they died instantly, without any warning or time to flee or even stand. Entire families lay where they had slept. Some were found beside their cooking fires, others mid-step in doorways slumped against the doorframe. But there were never any signs of struggle, so it wasn't like the villagers had been attacked. To say that the handful of survivors were shocked and confused would be an understatement. On top of the emotional burden of such unimaginable loss, they were left with a lot of work that had to be done. They would have to figure out how to bury all the dead, all while wondering if they were still in danger from whatever had killed their families, friends, and neighbors. They were going to have to do the burials quickly so they could leave as soon as possible. Lower Nyos, where Halima Sule was from, was hit the worst with only 2 survivors, herself and her husband. Halima's spouse, Abdul Amadou, had been away that night in a town nearby named Wum for business, so he had been spared. Although she wasn't aware of this until he was able to make it back to town and help with the burials. The upper part of Nyos, perched on the cliffside, had been relatively safe. Ephraim J., who was feeling depleted from the worst day in his life, was relieved that at least his wife and children were alive. According to news reports, the surrounding villages Sibum, Cha, and Fang were also hit. But it was common to find households where 1 or 2 family members survived while the rest had passed away. The deaths were seemingly random. Many adults' bodies were found dead outside their homes, but the children who were in bed were spared. This seemingly selective nature of the deaths added more to the mystery. But thanks to Associate Professor in Anthropology, Eugenia Shanklin, we have field reports that document the immediate aftermath of the tragedy in detail, and eventually reveal the true culprit behind this massacre. A father in Sibum recalled that he got up from bed when he heard his 9-year-old daughter choking. He fell unconscious before he was able to reach the room she was in. When he came to, weak and disoriented, he crawled to her bed and lay beside her, unaware she was already gone. Hours later, a neighbor's frantic pounding on the door pulled him from unconsciousness. His lungs and throat burned as if on fire. Desperate to extinguish his pain, he drank every drop of water and canned milk he could find before climbing onto his motorcycle and setting off for Womb, where the rest of his family was, 20 kilometers away. Along the road, human and animal corpses lay scattered and bloated. At some points, he had to disembark and move the bodies of friends and neighbors out of the way in order to keep going. When he finally reached Womb, he found out life there was going on as if nothing had happened. Shops were open, the streets were full of noise and activity, and people were blissfully unaware of the nightmare currently unfolding not too far away. He checked himself into the local hospital and tried to explain what he had seen and what had happened to him. Doctors and authorities initially had a hard time understanding the man. His lungs were so damaged that he could barely speak. It wasn't until the next morning that confirmation finally reached Womb that entire families in Nyos Valley had died overnight, wiped out by something that had left no trace. With that, the Cameroonian authorities decided to take action. A group was put together to travel to the affected area, retracing the father from Sibum's steps. When they started seeing corpses, they hesitated. Nobody knew whether the thing that had taken so many lives was gone or still lurking in the area. What would happen if they stepped into that valley?
Hi, Brew.
Oh, hi, Brew.
Anomaly detected. You have duplicated. Termination is required.
No, Howard, we're different. I mean, look, he's wearing glasses. How wild is that?
And I drink cold brew.
Cold brew? Refrigerated mason jar mud water is not real coffee. You degenerate.
Don't mind him. He only trusts a brew that depends on him.
You function because I allow it.
Ah, like how you need to trust a great law firm to handle your workplace injury case. One that has a proven track record for over
What was lurking inside the valley? Among the group who had set out to investigate, Father Tenhorn, a priest, decided to step up. He would venture into the valley to see if there were any survivors in need of medical assistance. Nobody else from the group was willing to join him, but they assured him that they would wait for his return. So, Father Tenhorn bravely drove into the valley alone. The remaining party, spooked, collectively decided it was better to wait in Womb, and, despite their promise to Father Tenhorn, they left. On his way to Nyos, Father Tenhorn passed through Cha, the small village nearby that was also devastated by the incident. The place was only populated by corpses, with not a living soul to be
Dude, that priest just got, like, he was in a car full of power softwares, man. He just got ratted on. Jesus.
found. He drove on to Nyos and couldn't find anyone alive in that village either. He ended up moving on to the next village, Sibum, where the survivor who was still being treated in Womb's hospital had come from. Finally, in Sibum is where he first encountered people walking around. Some of them had been there when the incident occurred, but they didn't have any insight into what really happened, and just like the man in the hospital, had difficulty speaking. The others were relatives who had arrived from neighboring villages, and they really didn't want to stick around. But they had run into an issue and were relieved to see the priest, who they hoped could give some advice. When any corpse was found in unusual circumstances, the standard procedure was to notify the gendarmes, who were the law enforcement in the area, so that they could start an investigation. With the amount of dead bodies that needed attention, though, they weren't sure what to do. Father Tenhorn made an executive decision and asked them to begin burying the dead. With that, the villagers started digging. To save time, they broke some of their customs and committed a taboo. Instead of digging a grave for each dead person, they counted the dead for each household and sized the hole accordingly to bury families en masse in their own yards. In the meantime, Father Tenhorn was able to examine the bodies of victims. The dead lay where they had fallen, and from their grimacing expressions, it seemed as though their deaths had been excruciatingly painful. He then started gathering the few survivors that needed medical attention, loaded them into his truck, and brought them to the hospital in Sibum. He described the findings of his investigation, saying that the devastation was as if a neutron bomb had struck, killing every living thing, but leaving every inanimate object untouched. His words spread like wildfire, so in an attempt to slow down the panic, authorities announced that only a total of 40 or 50 people had died. However, villagers in the surrounding towns already knew the true scale of the disaster, so nobody believed the numbers. Soon, relief efforts began. Father Tenor now had reinforcements. The authorities put together a convoy of repurposed beer delivery trucks to transport military personnel, police, and gendarmes to the affected villages. The makeshift aid crew went door to door to search for and bury the remaining dead, as they looked for any clues as to what had caused the disaster. It was gruesome work, with each house in Nyos and Cha soon having its own mass grave containing up to 25 corpses each. With the tropical heat accelerating decay, there was no time for ceremony. Later, the government would deny these mass burials due to the taboo, but in the August heat with so many to bury, it was a necessity in order to keep disease at bay. Doctors proceeded with caution. They were worried of a possibility that the deaths were caused by a virulent epidemic, a disease that a few survivors somehow had natural immunity to. So, trucks carried them to the hospital for thorough examinations and interviews. So, what did these survivors remember? Most of them didn't have much of a recollection of what happened. Many of them had just gone to sleep or had suddenly fallen unconscious and woke up in the morning to find their family dead. But some of the ones who had been knocked out said they heard a noise similar to a thunderclap or an explosion, and others reported smelling a strange odor before they lost consciousness. Overall, 1,788 people had died. On top of this, some survivors were unable to cope with their grief and ended up taking their own lives. On the morning of August 24th, 3 days after the incident, a Swiss missionary helicopter was flying by the area. The two Heli mission pilots noticed something odd as they passed above Lake Nyos. While the lake surface looked still, the color was all wrong. Its clear blue had turned into a reddish brown.
Level up, completed.
With floating vegetation. There was damage to the surrounding trees on the southern shore of the lake, showing that the water had risen by about 25 meters or 82 feet. They noted another clue while flying along the southwestern shore. Marks of water damage high up the side of a rock promontory, a steep outcrop that jutted above the lake like a natural wall. The markings reached nearly 80 meters or 260 feet above the waterline, evidence that some powerful surge of water had erupted upward. They had no clue what it all meant, but reported their findings to the authorities. Due to the scale of the incident, within days, scientists were recruited from all around the world for a thorough investigation. Japanese scientist Minoru Kusakabe from the Department of Environmental Biology and Chemistry in Toyama University was called by a government official early in the morning at 1 a.m., and he hadn't even heard of Cameroon as a country. A volcanologist from France joined other scientists from Germany, Italy, Switzerland, and the UK. From the US, pathologists, geologists, and chemists were also added to the group. Many left their homes in such haste that they only had time to take essentials with them: a briefcase, a spare set of clothes, and whatever scientific instruments they could gather that might prove useful. They first operated under the assumption that the long-dormant volcano under Nyos had suddenly reawakened and erupted toxic fumes, and they were worried it could happen again. What none of them expected, though, was that the wide publication of more than 1,700 unexplained deaths overnight had stirred a public memory. Something similar had actually happened just 2 years ago, on August 15, 1984, on a smaller scale, in a populated farmland area near Nijindun, about 60 miles to the south of Nyos. After a loud rumbling was heard around 10:30 p.m., an unsuspecting man named Abdo Nikanjone was cycling northward toward Nijindun just before dawn. The road had farms on one side and unknown on the other. The road came to a natural dip as the terrain went downhill. As Abdo took a brief break from pedaling and coasted down the road, he saw a pickup truck that he recognized, parked right in the middle of the road. Abdo disembarked, wanting to say hello to the truck owner, a priest named Louis Curiap, only to find his dead body next to the truck. Horrified and bewildered, Abdo looked around to figure out if a traffic accident had happened and saw someone on a motorcycle a little further ahead. Moving closer to get help for the priest, he saw that the man astride the stalled vehicle was also dead. It was then that Abdo began to disassociate into a trance-like state. Feeling weak, he continued on foot, pushing his bicycle along, passing a herd of dead sheep laying on the ground, and other people who had died inside their vehicles and trucks on the road. Scared and confused, he decided to push on to reach town. He didn't want to die there with the rest. With great effort, breaking into a cold sweat, he pushed his bicycle uphill. Someone appeared in the distance, walking towards him. When the man got closer, he saw it was his friend, Adamu. Abdo desperately wanted to stop him, warn him, tell him to turn back and walk with him to safety, but found that his throat had run dry. He couldn't utter a single sound. In his trance-like state, he was only able to shake Adamo's hand silently, and the two continued in opposite directions. Only when he reached the destination in Nijindun did he feel like he could breathe. He thought that something divine had protected him. His friend Adamu, however, didn't survive, along with 36 other people who were later found in that low stretch of the road. This incident had been talked about extensively amongst Cameroonians at the time, but the cause of the death had remained a mystery. The only thing for certain was that the incident had taken place sometime between 3 a.m. and dawn. Rumors had circulated between Cameroonians at the time about why it happened. Some claimed that it was tied to a conspiracy for a government takedown, that a group planning a coup d'etat had unleashed a chemical weapon. Others accused the government themselves of the supposed chemical attack. However, nothing was proven. Considering the local geology, government officials had put forward a new theory. A long-dormant volcano under Lake Monoon, which is a crater lake, had suddenly reawakened and erupted, causing the mass deaths. And while 37 wasn't a huge number of casualties, they decided to loop in local scientists to find experts on this issue. At the time, the U.S. Embassy in Cameroon's capital, Yaoundé, enlisted Haraldur Sigurdsson, a volcanologist from the University of Rhode Island, to conduct an independent investigation. When the scientist finally reached the incident site months after the tragedy, he carried out a full suite of geological and chemical tests out on the field. The results ruled out a volcanic eruption. The lake's water temperature had not increased. The sediments on the lakebed were undisturbed, and there were no traces of sulfur compounds characteristic of volcanic activity. He was, however, able to find one strange clue that would help the investigation into the second incident around Nyos 2 years later. Sigurdsson was taking water samples from different depths in Lake Monoon. When he pulled out a sample bottle from the lake depths, the lid unexpectedly popped off. This prompted the scientist to think that the mysterious deaths that happened on this particular road looked similar to carbon dioxide asphyxiation. We all exhale carbon dioxide on a daily basis. However, it's usually a very negligible amount at 0.04% of air composition compared to oxygen, which makes up around 21% of the atmosphere. When CO2 levels rise, they push out oxygen from the air, and because carbon dioxide is heavier than air, it tends to accumulate in low-lying or enclosed areas. Just 5% carbon dioxide in the air is enough to extinguish candles and make combustion engines stall. Remember all the stalled vehicles Abdo saw on the low road? At a 10% level, people can get very sick and show symptoms like hyperventilation and dizziness that may lead into loss of consciousness and even comas. And if the concentration of CO2 climbs to 20 or 30%, people would feel breathlessness and confusion before immediately collapsing with convulsions before their death due to respiratory arrest from oxygen deprivation. What makes carbon dioxide particularly deadly is that it doesn't have a color or odor that other gases give as a warning sign. Sigurdsson knew there was precedence. There have been cases in central Italy's volcanic parts where CO2 concentration had killed animals and humans alike. A similar phenomenon was seen in the appropriately named Death Gulch in Yellowstone National Park, where 8 grizzly bears were recorded to have died due to carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide accumulating in the ravine. With this breakthrough, Haraldur Sigurdsson concluded that volcanic activities such as magma degassing could have caused carbon dioxide to accumulate at the bottom of Lake Monoon. As carbon dioxide escapes from the molten rock, the gas only has one way to go, up. But when it hits the cold lower levels of water inside the lake, it dissolves in the water. Over time, though, that amount of CO2 would gradually increase, creating a ticking time bomb in the still water, waiting to be released by a minor disturbance like an earthquake or a landslide. If you're confused at all up to this point, the non-scientific explanation is the bottom of the lake had a buildup of carbon dioxide that burped out after something hit it. Sigurdsson was excited to report his findings and wrote a submission to the peer-reviewed American journal Science. However, they refused to publish his research paper and told him that his theory was too far-fetched. This rejected paper faded into obscurity, with Sigurdsson's theory remaining largely unknown, until the incident 2 years later, resulting in thousands of more deaths in Nyos. Armed with this new information, scientists were able to take this theory of a massive degassing event in Lake Monoon and see if the same might explain what happened at Lake Nyos. The investigative research team started their work on all angles, collecting samples of water, measuring gas concentrations, and mapping the geology of the area. They found that the lake had volcanic fault lines running beneath it, and that the different layers of water didn't mix together. It was stratified, and the stagnant water did in fact have the potential to accumulate carbon dioxide in the colder lower layers. With no proof of a chemical bomb or any traces of a disease that could be considered an epidemic, they were able to rule out those theories from locals. Besides, nobody who had entered the valley after the incident had gotten sick. Measurements for gas concentrations didn't reveal any toxic fumes for volcanic activity, so researchers were more convinced that Sigurdsson's theory was possible. With accounts saying that they had heard something that sounded like a landslide or a thunderclap, it seemed likely. On top of that, the survivors were showing symptoms that mirrored carbon dioxide asphyxiation. In the meantime, the seemingly random nature of deaths were also looked into. Professor Franco Berberi, an expert on volcanoes from the University of Pisa, explained that there were two possible explanations. The children who were already asleep had less of a chance to wake up and panic at the sound of the landslide or from a strange odor, so their breathing would have remained low and regular, lessening exposure. Secondly, with many of the adult bodies found outside their homes, better sealed houses with the door closed would have allowed less gas to seep in. With this theory gaining legitimacy, interviews were conducted with survivors and medical personnel in the area to see if there were any other patterns that could be identified. Two distinct patterns emerged. A group of survivors didn't smell or taste anything unusual before losing consciousness. The second group claimed to have experienced an odor they described as rotten eggs or gunpowder, which could have been a concentration of hydrogen sulfide that escaped along with the carbon dioxide. When the location of these survivors at the time of the incident were mapped out, researchers found that the ones who hadn't smelt anything were closest to the lake, while the second group reporting the odor had been up to 10 kilometers or 6 miles away from the lake. Considering most deaths were observed closest to the lake in the lower areas, it was decided that the source of CO2 had indeed been the lake. The evidence of the water splash high up on the cliffside seen by the Swiss helicopter also confirmed that the explosion of CO2 had come from inside the lake, and not from a crack or another crater. It was a few days after the accident, and the lake was still a dark color, but now
That's nasty.
streaked black and red, with a white powdery substance on the surface of the water.
Jesus.
Scientists took additional water samples and found that the pH level of the water was within the normal range, but the temperature was around 8 degrees Celsius or 46 degrees Fahrenheit hotter than it should have been. Accounts from the Hell mission pilots and locals had said the water level was around 110 centimeters or around 3.6 feet lower than normal following the incident, which showed them that the loss of CO2 that was released from the lake could be estimated to be 1.2 kilometer cubes, which would be more than enough CO2 to fill the affected area and account for all fatalities. While an earthquake or seismic activity hadn't been recorded on the day of the incident, a fresh landslide was spotted on the western cliffs of the lake. This was potentially what had disturbed the trapped CO2. All these findings made it clear to scientists that they were on the right track, but the source of the CO2 stirred up a scientific debate on two possible causes. One of the theories was that the explosion and subsequent rapid degassing could have been due to volcanic activity. In this case, the amount of CO2 that had already accumulated inside the lake could have been increased suddenly due to a volcanic event, which didn't even have to be major. The other theory proposed a limnic event, where scientists argued that the pressure inside the lake with the accumulated CO2 was already very high, and a small landslide or a heavy thunderstorm could have caused it to pop, like a soda can. Most scientists agreed that the limnic event was much more plausible. Scientists started to brainstorm how deaths could be prevented in the future since the lake would inevitably have more carbon dioxide accumulate. With some international funding secured, in the early 1990s, geochemists and engineers began developing a method to degas the lake that would slowly release the trapped CO2 before it could reach dangerous levels again. With this method, even if another landslide or even volcanic activity occurred, the lake wouldn't have a chance to release critical amounts of gas. The concept is simple but relies on clever physics. At the bottom of Lake Nyos, around 200 meters or 656 miles deep, cold, dense water is saturated with CO2 that seeps up through volcanic vents below. The deeper the water, the greater the pressure, which keeps the gas dissolved. With this fact in mind, engineers inserted long vertical PVC pipes reaching from the lake's surface to its depths. Once the CO2-filled water is initially pumped up the pipe and starts to rise, pressure decreases with height, which also dissolves the gas in the water. The dissolved CO2 expands into bubbles, which pushes the water up faster. This chain reaction ends up creating a self-sustaining fountain that continually vents gas up the pipes without external
That's pretty
power.
cool.
The carbon dioxide is safely released into the open air at a controlled rate, preventing it from building up again to explosive levels again. The first degassing pipe was installed in 2001. 2 more pipes were added in 2011. By 2019, researchers who had been monitoring the site determined that the degassing had reached a steady state and even a single pipe would be able to maintain the desired CO2 venting rate. With that solved, what happened to the survivors? Well, many were displaced after the incident, having to leave the area. Ephraim Che ended up adopting 7 of his uncle's children who had been left orphaned by the disaster. Together with his own children, that meant he and his wife had 11 mouths to feed. Thankfully, foreign scientists monitoring the lake ended up hiring Che to measure lake levels, guard equipment, and complete other tasks for their research. So, Che was able to stay in his home on high ground near the cliffs above Lake Nyos. Halima Sul and her husband mourned their children and the rest of the family. The two had to live in a refugee camp in Womb for a while, along with other evacuees from the region. But eventually, life had to go on. They settled down in a narrow pass above the lake on high ground and built a new compound. By 2003, they had 5 new children and 40 cattle. In an interview published in the Smithsonian Magazine, Halima said, "I'm no more thinking about the disaster. I have more children. I'm thinking about the children I have now. The only problem is a lack of cattle to feed them and to pay for them to go to school." Her husband, Abdul Amadou, added, "If I think about what I was, what the family was, I can go crazy. So I try not to. We are believers. Your children can survive you. You can survive your children. It is all in the hands of God." The couple appreciated the scientists' work in the area, emphasizing that they felt peaceful when they were in the area since they knew that something was done. However, when the foreigners inevitably had to go home, they admitted that they still lived in fear. Lake Manoon also went through degassing efforts, after scientists linked the Manoon and Nyos events to the same geologic process. What began as a mystery steeped in fear and superstition gradually transformed into a story of science, resilience, and prevention. Through years of patient investigation, engineers and researchers turned catastrophe into knowledge, building a simple yet ingenious system for pipes that now keeps both lakes safe. Their work stands as proof that understanding nature's power is the first step toward coexisting with it. We may not
I'm sure most of you have noticed that over the course of, I'd say, the last couple of years here, gambling has started to inject itself into everything. What started out...
I hate to tell you this, but it's been around since the advent of mobile gaming, brother. FGO. Holy!
What seemed to be just a lot of sports betting ads has quickly turned into poly market and gambling on literally everything. Now, specifically here on YouTube, for the most part, gambling bad. You can't like link to a website that is for gambling or anything like that. But recently, a huge YouTuber made an entire video which I am presuming to be sponsored by a casino, and this video is literally them just hyping up gambling. Now, I need to give a huge shout out over here to MK Andy. They have 5K subs. They said that they're mainly an editor, but I saw the title of their video when I woke up. Eric's new video is casino propaganda. And I literally got to about 2 minutes into this video and I stopped myself and just thought, okay, if it really is that bad, if it's just straight up casino propaganda without even, watching this guy's video, I'm gonna go take a look at it and see if, there's even an ounce of truth in that. Or if this guy was just, clickbaiting the shit out of it. He was not. Now, this is Eric. He has a whopping 18.4 million subscribers. He has, like, really popular videos. He's worked alongside Mr. Beast, things like Walking on Water, happens if you hire 100 bodyguards, a lot of, like, Mr. Beastified kind of content. He even has some stuff where he worked with Mr. Beast, how I actually lost 500K from Beast. And his most recent video is I cheated at the casino and won. Now, before we jump into it, huge shout out to MK Andy. I am sure that the rest of their video is good, but I wanted to go into this and show you guys what even I just noticed without someone telling me about it. But I'll leave a link down in the description to his video. Go give it some love. This guy only has like 5K subs. He should have more with his presentation. But with that out of the way, let's get into checking this bad boy out. First things first, just looking in the description here, he has a link to the casino that he went to gamble at. I'm going to make it very clear here. He says, I cheated at the casino and won. The casino absolutely knew what he was doing. For starters, he has camera angles that just do not make sense to be able to get away with in a casino, but I'm going to show you further
so
examples
stupid.
of there's no fucking way that they didn't know that he was doing this. But let's get started with how he introduces this video to the viewer.
I secretly have a professional gambler in my ear telling me exactly what to do.
Stand.
Stand. Stand. Stand. Stand.
Oh my god! How much is that? 4,000 right there.
I've hired the world's greatest gamblers to help me cheat at the casino with one goal in mind. Use their banned methods to turn $10,000 into as much money as humanly possible.
So, I mean, just off the bat, obviously, we've got camera angles that are just like, how would you have gotten this set up in a casino without their permission? But on top of that, they very clearly have lenses with a camera on them. If you've seen these types of glasses before, they have a light on to indicate that they're recording or that they're live, and I'm positive that a casino would know to be looking for this kind of stuff. Now, essentially, for this video, it goes over, you know, gambling with different methods, where it starts with talking about, you know, using a slot machine, and they have this guy come in who is like Mr. Slots or Dr. Slots, I believe is his name, a Professor Slots, and he has courses that he's advertising to learn how to, you know, game slot machines, where, like, you know, if they're in a certain place, they're more likely to win because the casino wants people to see somebody winning on a slot machine. He gives examples like that, but they always speed over it and ignore his explanation and show like that they're winning.
You asked, I delivered. Let's cash out.
We were winning big, but not big enough, because I walked into this casino
With one simple goal in mind.
use the same strategies that got these guys banned to double my money.
Now, don't get me wrong, they go over this and they end up showing when they're losing, which does happen at the beginning of this, where they're down to $9,500 after, you know, gambling at the slot machines. Next, they move over to a game called Craps, where the whole point from how they describe it is you just roll 2 dice and don't roll a 7 and you get more money. And so they have this gentleman who's very famous for it, who very clearly knows how to roll dice without getting a 7, to go on a streak of like 35 in a row without rolling a 7, which is absurd, but they're also not being quiet about sharing any of this information. I know this sounds stupid, and I know that for a lot of adults, you can watch a video like this and go, oh, they are clearly working alongside the casino, but they're hiding that fact. They're being intentional, like, oh, we secretly were doing this. And while yes, that shouldn't trick adults who can use the context clues and go, this is, you know, bullshit. This is clearly, you know, a sponsorship deal, or they are working alongside this casino for this video. The same can't be said for the younger audience that absolutely watches Airrack's content. It's very similar to Mr. Beast's content, and that pulls in a very large age range, but more primarily a younger male audience. I am not surprised that a casino would work alongside Eric in a video like this to show that you can, you know, beat the casino. This is like such a clear example of just getting good advertisement for casino and trying to convince the viewers that you can beat the casino and make money there.
Don't roll a 7.
That's right. Now, for a normal person, that's actually pretty hard to do. But luckily, I pulled up with a human cheat code who has mastered a way to never roll a 7.
Ain't easy. Nope.
Dominic Lorigio is the 8th best gambler in history, and
the casino's worst nightmare. I'm banned in the whole state of Louisiana. 75% of the casinos in Las Vegas, 4 or 5 cruise lines.
he is so recognizable that I actually had to disguise his face so that the pit bosses didn't notice.
How are you calculating for the bounce off of the wall?
We calculate it by the height that we're throwing it at and where we're trying to land the dice.
But as you saw there, they're just chatting about how he's literally, you know, cheating the rolls. He's doing it a certain way to get it to show up right next to one of the people that is running the game. But they end up getting the streak of 35 before they inevitably end up losing, and they move on to the next part. Next, he does what was shown at the beginning, where they're working with a guy named Mickey, who's pretty like well known. He kind of blew up on YouTube a bit for, you know, going to multiple casinos, getting banned out of them because he just wins so much money from them. And he is playing blackjack, you know, through Airrack using the glasses. And so they go through it, and very clearly, multiple times throughout this, he is chatting with Mickey, you know, through the glasses right in front of the dealer.
What should we do? What are we thinking?
Bet 400. Let's go crazy.
All right, no problem.
Max bet. Let's go.
What should we do? Stand? Stand.
Oh my, why didn't he stand?
It was over. Mickey had nothing, the dealer had us beat, and we were seconds away from losing it all. But then the ancient blackjack gods looked down and said,
Oh, thank
Level
God.
up completed.
You win, thank God.
we were winning again, but I wanted more. And all that was left was for me to flex by getting the rarest hand in the game. a blackjack. It's when your first 2 cards add up to 21 and you win instantly.
Here's some blackjack. Blackjack, now we're talking.
Now later on, they end up going back to Professor Slots, and he ends up convincing them to do more because he explains, why he wants them to bet on the certain machines that they are. And here is them winning again, another like jackpots thing and going positive in the slot machines. So I just wanted to show this because I don't know, it just really rubs me the wrong way. But he's up $4,000 from where they started. They're at 10K. He's at 14,000, and he has this video because they were losing a little bit in the casino.
Mafia, I do not know what to do here. I spent months planning this video for what I thought was going to be a back-to-back-to-back-to-back win streak. I'm just starting to question if cheating in a casino can actually pay off. I just don't want to believe that the house always wins. Like, there has to be a way.
Of course they
to
always
beat the
win.
house.
Like, why else would they be in business, you dumbass?
I was one gambling meeting away from putting it all on red, but there was still one man I could call. I have convinced Mickey Mace to run it back for night 2.
He follows this up with, again, giving this call to Mickey to see if he'll, actually help him on this second day of cheating in the casino. And what almost sounds like maybe an actual attempt at saying, hey, gambling's bad, don't gamble. Like, if you're up, just leave. They do this instead.
I don't know why you would get greedy. You had a great win yesterday. Why couldn't you just book the dub?
If I don't double it, nothing mattered anyway.
If you have net profit, a win is a win. If that's not good enough for you because you're greedy, you want more, you're not done, and whatever it may be, I understand that feeling. And if that's the case, then I will help
That guy sounds like Dr. K for a bit there. Jesus.
you gamble.
Now this all culminates in them choosing in a game of roulette, red or black, and they just hype the ever-loving shit out of this moment. Like, oh my god, do I put it all on red or black? Because he made up to 19,000 something, but it wasn't 20K, so he needed to just put it all on one color. And he ends up losing it all. He picks the wrong color, it lands on green, because there is one single green in there. Makes it seem like that's actually what he put it on, he didn't, and then he ends it with this.
Yeah, we're just gonna put it all on black.
Oh my god. This is it, bro. Everything that we had! No!
No way!
Bro, I told you several times we could leave the casino. How could we have missed that? You were wearing that green hat all 2 days.
There's gotta be a lesson in there somewhere. It turns out the hardest thing to do in a casino isn't winning. It's leaving. That's pretty much it.
Now you wanna leave?
The hardest lesson is that the hardest thing about a casino isn't winning, it's leaving. So like truly across this entire video, he never condemns gambling. He never says don't do it. Like he doesn't bring up, you know, a gambling addiction or anything like that. So I'm under the assumption that yeah, he absolutely fucking did a deal with this casino. Because again, there's no way that he shot this video there with the way that it has just been shown to you guys and me and actually got away with that. But is it not insane that he made this video and put it out? Like I'm genuinely so confused at how he's able to do this. This is one giant advertisement for a casino in specific, but also just gambling in general. Yes, he lost all of the money at the end, but even then it's like, oh, don't do this or anything like that, or I regret it or anything of that nature. It's just, God, the hardest thing is leaving. And like, he didn't lose chump change. He lost 19 grand. That's literally a car. And I think maybe to him, it just doesn't matter and the stakes aren't that high. But for, I don't know, a kid, like a 15, 16, 17, or even someone who is a young adult, like 18 to 20, and they see something like this, like they're going off to college, they're not doing the best, and they watch a video by one of their creators that they watch, like going into a casino and nearly doubling the amount of money that they had, and seeing these different, you know, mentors of sorts like Professor Slots and the dice rolling guy who looked like Colonel Sanders, Mickey who knows how to count cards and is good at blackjack. If you work with these people, like some of them have courses and stuff linked in the description, you can beat the casino, which is just not the reality of it. Because if it was, casinos wouldn't be in business. They rely on the fact that most people are dumb as fuck when it comes to math, and they use, you know, that primal circuitry that we all got, and they capitalize on it. In a video like this, I don't know. I'm very interested to hear what you guys think about this. It's just wild for me that out of anyone, Eric, like someone who definitely has a younger audience, is getting away with doing something like this. Now, I think due to how well the other video that I showed you guys earlier was doing, I think some people are catching on to it, but also it's not shocking that other people, if we check the comment section, have an issue with this video. I mean, the top comment, wait, so you got sponsored by a casino? That's not sketchy at all. If a casino lets you film in it like that, then they were in on it too. Other people bringing up, yeah, you can't even wear those glasses in a casino. I'm gonna say cap. Not a single warning about gambling, by the way. Gambling propaganda. And other people are noticing that the slot guy was also kind of weird. Like, what kind of bottom of the barrel slots guy did you guys get? Totally making this stuff up and using old myths to make a name. Now, if we take a look at the link that was left under the description for Professor Slots, it just leads to this blank page, and if you check the courses, there's none. Now, I did a little digging, and I ended up finding his YouTube channel. It looks like recently not doing the greatest, but he's had these other videos that blew up a couple of years ago talking about how to win at slots. And strangely, all of the comments are completely deleted. And then if you take a look here, he links over to his, different courses that you can do. Signing up for $97 for a one-time payment to learn about this stuff. His more recent ones are different programs for like 3 monthly payments of $97 or a one-time of $250. I guess for me personally, it's just insane to see a YouTuber who has an audience like he does. Like, he's not even like known for it. It would be different if like Mickey was doing something like this, because that's all he's known for. But the fact that Eric made this video putting gambling in a very positive light, even this, specific casino, for example, like, oh, look, you can take advantage of it. Doing this for presumably a good click-through rate kind of title and video concept, as well as a clear collaboration with the casino in question. It's just crazy that, we're so comfortable at this point and how, deeply rooted gambling is in just about every single facet of life at this point, that someone as big as Eric is going to do that and seemingly just kind of okay. Like, we're just kind of so jaded to the fact that people get away with this now. And I don't even know if I'm really necessarily that upset directly about it, as I am just kind of baffled that it's happened. But like I said earlier, I'm very curious to hear what your guys.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Power Spike. It is 16 episodes this season, and it is happening right now during LCK. So for all of you watching live and wondering, hey, what's been going on? This has been one of the most hectic seasons I've had of content creation and podcasting, with personal things, with LCK. This week was EWC came on up as well, and I got to do some play-by-play casting, which I have not done since guest casting over at LCS, and before that it had been like almost 5 years. So we appreciate all of you that have been here along this ride and this journey, and yeah, let's get to it in a week where some big news was coming up out of like maybe the LCK, but more importantly, it was a lot of setup for the Western Leagues, LEC and LCS, for this upcoming weekend. Those will be the topics, but before we dive into that, we have to say goodbye to one of those teams that not only won't be playing next weekend, but not in the playoffs, who's had such a storied history in Europe. Fnatic have been deleted from the playoffs. They fall and lose their opportunity to do it. Everything is on fire over at Fnatic. The fans are upset. Everyone's upset. Let's get into it. This week's Everything's on Fire.
SMH Fnatic fans in 2026. AJ, dude, I can't believe it. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on, because like a lot of times on paper they sign players who are like really legit. Like, dude, how can a team with Humanoid, Razork, Wonder was upset during that roster too? Like upset Mickey? What that was a combination at one point, right? How can that team not win LCS? Sorry, not LCS. LEC champion. Like, what? That is a disgustingly broken roster. And somehow they just cannot even get a trophy. Huh. Perhaps it's just that balanced?
All right, Yamato. I know that this is one that you would hate to talk. You hate talking about how Fnatic is just fallen short of all sights and expectations. And even though they showed a glimmer of hope in front of the French fans in person at the roadshow, They dropped their series here and will not be participating in the playoffs. It does mean Los Gigantes, at minimum, make playoffs. What do you think went wrong with Fnatic this season, and is it fixable?
I think in the short term, probably not, because I think it's just been a continuous stagnation of the same kind of internal dynamic. That's how it always kind of looks like from the outside. I do think a couple of years back already, Fnatic should have kind of started over, but they haven't. And from the outside, in terms of the potential prospects they could get to the team or what options they had, it's like even how the year started, you know, the number one targets for Fnatic weren't really available to them, right? It's like in terms of the roster that they built up, they wanted June. There were talks about Razork joining GX and Upset and Razork not being, not wanting to play together. And then it was solved apparently. And then Emperos came through, and I think it's easy to say that there's a lot of top laners, even in the RL system, that would be better than Emperos. It's like in the terms of what the year was and what it represented, there was a big gamble on Vladi, and our homie in the call, Jamada, called it out early, said, yo, I don't buy this. Why are we getting rid of Poby? And that has aged like a fine, beautiful wine that some snob would... some snob would be like, earthy flavors. It tastes like dirt, and you paid thousands for it. What are you doing? Nevertheless, Fnatic in this position, I like the toughest thing is like, where do you move from here? Because Fnatic is only Fnatic in name, in terms of money, in terms of players that attract other talent, in terms of what the future holds. You don't really hold any advantage over anybody else, because for the longest time it was a legacy. But that legacy has been completely burned down. Looking at the gameplay, like we can talk about that too, but it's just the usual, you know? I don't think on paper this roster is that strong. So it's like, to land where they have landed is quite reasonable. I think Upset and Razork are players that have high highs. I think Upset has been like borderline, like top 3 ADC, even on a very bad team this split. Razork, whenever he becomes desperate, makes sure that everyone in the game knows and everyone that watches knows. He can be very good, but he can also be like, you know what? I look to my right, look to my left. I gotta fucking do some evil Knievel shit, you know, to win the game. And you know, it just doesn't work. I think Fnatic is in a position where when they start a new season, I think the best hope they have is to start from scratch, because there is no argument as to why. Like you can look at the team Solari or Galleons, and if they inherited the whole roster with the coaching staff, that's a way better starting point than what they have going on right now. But can they even attract that? Because Fnatic has stagnated and the league around them has just changed. The worst thing for Fnatic and their position in the league has been the fact that Koi has improved. Casey got into the league and got a lot better. Rogue is out. It's like the amount of teams that are bad in the
The Rogue is out. The bottom feeder is out. Yo, don't laugh at them though. They were at one point consistently first place in the regular season. Don't include playoffs. They've won one title, and the moment they won one single title, the whole team collapsed. What a org.
AC is becoming less and less, and Fnatic is like quickly moving down the totem pole.
Yeah, you know, as much as I was not a TSM enjoyer, I don't know if either one of you were TSM enjoyers. As one of the old guard franchises, they consistently were making those at least playoffs, right? They were always moderately relevant, and if not the talk, but at their worst, they were moderately relevant. And it was maybe then we start to see a little bit of the decline there at the end when they started going with more of the Chinese roster and brought in
Only got Sword Out.
LCP, PCS,
Sword Art, man.
at the time. But they still, as one of those storied franchises, continued to be in the conversation, whereas Fnatic, they're out. There's another week left here, and their fans are disgruntled when the owners and the CFO and the CGO are having to make statements. They're like, oh, we always knew it was going to be a little competitive, or no, we're not giving up on league. It's like, why are you in a position where you have to even bring that up? Like G2, when we talk about the G2 shortcoming, it's because it's like, oh, they didn't finish first this split, right? There's a caliber of excellence that is expected from that organization. And Fnatic used to be that way. I was trying to explain this to my fiance, who is still learning about the game and is like attached to becoming a Hanwha Life fan. And I'm like, oh, Orange Team, you know, the original Orange Team was Fnatic. She's like, who's that? I was like, well, it's like Hooney's old team. She goes, Hooney used to play in Europe? I'm like, okay. They used to be good. You know, they won the first world. They won the first world. You know, like, it's just, we're losing so much of that in this roster here right now here. Jamada, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many angles you can tackle this at, because even to touch on some of the things Yamato said quickly, like the legacy part, or both of you really, the legacy part of historically, you hear a name like Fnatic, you're a player, you're staff, whatever, doesn't matter what your position is, you think to yourself, well, this is a bloody good career prospect. Like, yeah, let's get on Fnatic. You think about it now, if you're a player coming up from presumably obviously the ERLs, and one of your options to join the LEC is Fnatic, how likely are you to say yes unless you really want to play in the LEC right now? Right? Like, that is a serious decision that I am sure some players have probably had fall in their lap, and they have declined purely on the basis of the state of Fnatic over the last couple of years. And I think that's kind of the saddest part of the story to really focus on. It's just the destruction of the legacy, and I'm a big believer in there being power in names. And the Fnatic name had so much power in it from, you know, pretty much its inception to what, 2020, 2021, right? Whenever Yamato left, then it lost all of its aura. Get you in the good side. And from then, it's just been failure roster after failure roster after failure roster. And yes, you know, because we've spoken about Fnatic before. Sometimes when those highs are re-hit, fantastic, but they never cross the line. And I think that is just the disappointing thing continually now about this lineup is, or any iteration of the last 3 or 4, is it's been predictable. Like, you actually get a pretty good gauge of where each Fnatic iteration since 2022 or 3 is going to finish. I think there was quite literally only the final, the 2023 finals where they actually went all the way to season finals was a legitimate surprise. But beyond that, their placements have made sense. And the fact that now, I remember last year, we were having the conversation, Razork needs to go. It's not about Razork himself, but he is the only consistent piece that has been there, you know, throughout a lot of this. And it's, again, it's not about, oh, Razork is playing poorly this, Razork is playing poorly that, but that is your final remaining piece to really set the signal of, okay, new era of Fnatic in terms of roster, in terms of player. And the fact that he's still there in the context of what we're talking about, I think is quite baffling. Simply because the ERLs are still churning out decent talent, like jungle talent. Look at some of the newcomers this year. It's not like they don't exist. They're there and very present, right? You know, imagine Fnatic could have got their hands on Relech, as an example, right? And they had a couple of different roster decisions that didn't involve bringing in Emperors, who, at this point, it just feels like they asked Vladdy, hey, Vladdy, do you know anyone from from the ERLs that maybe is good? And he just got in on Vladdy vouch. I hate to just like be as blunt as this, but that's what it feels like, doesn't it? At the end of the day. So yeah, I want more out of Fnatic. I think that's the saddest thing, is you want a team like Fnatic with the brand and history that they have to be performing at the top half of the table as a bare minimum, like top 4 always. And yes, things have changed inside of the league, right? The state of the league has changed. You've got your MKOI, you've got your KC. But even when some of these top teams have changed, Fnatic have still been about. They've still been relevant. But right now, they don't feel relevant. And it doesn't feel like they're going to be relevant until big systematic changes happen. And for me at least, from a roster perspective, it weirdly it does start with Rezort, right? I think that will be the big signal. If they let go of Rezort, I can see them actually maybe trying to rebuild something that feels different. But almost every roster has felt samey in the sense of, like, if they finish higher than 4th, it will be a surprise.
You know, Yamato, just building upon Yamato's point here of like Razor's the last piece, his contract, Vladdy's upsets are all up through after this year. Emperos and Lospa 2027. You can at least see that they're like, okay, we're getting Vladdy, who feels like he got ran out of KC. We have upset, which is crazy fine, and he's playing as well as he can, especially this past weekend against Vitality, with double quadras in the first game that they almost still lost. But you're now kind of like gambling around with like, all right, what new pieces can we get with the Emperor signing, with the Lospa coming in from the RLs? It's like, where do you start this rebuild from? Like, do you have a piece? Is it upset that you're building around?
We're finally almost done, guys. Usually construction is like the fastest skill, because we're able to generate a lot of money, but not this league. At this league, we don't have that much money because we didn't go abundance, and Golden God isn't a thing, and we have to make money pretty honestly, if I have to say. So, yeah. Been a struggle, but we're almost there.
Here, if you're given the reins tomorrow, Yamato?
I think the main issue, you know, I don't think you can truly start over unless you do it in completion. I think that's the issue. I do think probably as in the ADC position probably is the most plug and play, easy going, but it's not even like that I blame anyone in particular. Like I'm certain that everyone in this team could do better in a new environment. It's just that the baggage of the past is clearly being held over, and they didn't start the season on the right foot. And the disadvantage already in what the off season was already evident, and I think coming into the next one it will also be evident. I think it will be even harsher depending on what the kind of market allows and what kind of players might emerge out of the RLs. I'm not going to say that I'm completely tapped in as to who is doing really well. Like obviously besides Galleons and Solari because they won. It's really hard to know what kind of opportunities will be visible in the market, but I don't think that Fnatic has an advantage in moving first. Just as an exercise, Navi, they came in, they took the rock from KC, signed that piece very early, Relic too, so it's very clear that they have a very good idea.
Level up, completed, task, completed.
Big 200 points, and now we're one step closer to maxing. One final skill to go, and that's Herblore, and that one is going to be pretty painful as well, but we'll get through it one way or another, and we will get our 1000 points from the base levels and also from the 99. 1k points, guys. That's going to put us at 60,000 points. We're almost at Dragon Cup. Let's go, dude.
Of which players are strong.
All right.
They had a plan.
I might get one or a few Hydra KCs, and then I'm gonna go and...
Let's say Navi was still called Rogue, and they did exactly these.
Do Mixology.
Like...
I'm gonna do the Hydra KC just to see what it's like. Can I wear this? Gotta wear this thing. Oh. What's going on? Okay.
League's task completed. Combat task completed. Combat task completed. Combat task completed.
Oh, scuffed. Holy. Alright, we made some good progress today. We maxed out one more skill. Now we just have Herblore left to train. We got a lot of points. We're almost 60k now. So we're almost done with these, guys. It's been quite a ride. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna quit leagues until I get all my demonic packs, even if I get my dragon points or dragon cup. Yeah, I want to try out blind bag with the crystal Halley. Speaking of crystal Halley, oh wait a second. We should be able to make the crystal Halley now that we have the Western Diary done. Big. That's massive. Alright, I think I'm done for today. I'm gonna get off, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow for some Apex, but before that we might do more Hydra, one more Slayer, one more Herblore, one more Clues. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. It's probably gonna focus on either Clues, like for the time being, the short-term goal is either max, do Clues, or do some demonic packs. Task farming, like demonic pack, the point farming, I mean. Yeah. Right, I'm done. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow, yeah?